year, so that's the nature of the forecasting business. Well, I don't think anybody on this panel is going to say that yes, that it's enough, because it's never enough, and especially not when you're coming from where Greece has come from, you know, after these crises a decade. The Greek economy has been growing above the speed limits in the Eurozone, but I think that tells us very little about where Greece stands today and where it's going. I think perhaps we should be asking whether recent growth rates are fast enough and also if they're sustainable, and if not, what needs to change. The crisis revealed some very big structural imbalances, lasted for 10 years. Then in 2019, when the present government came into office for its first term, the economy started to turn the corner. It was then hit by the pandemic. Real GDP collapsed again. The recovery in 21 was from a very low base. Then the energy crisis unfolded in 2022 after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So actually, really, we are looking only at 2023 to 2024 in terms of growth to give us an indication of where the Greek economy is at the moment. And the fact that the Greek economy grew at rates above 2%, 2.3% on average in those 2 years, that's a really positive sign, but it's not clear yet whether that is a trend that can be sustained over the long term. In its forecast for the Greek economy recently, the European Commission said that GDP growth in Greece in 2025 to 2026 is set to continue exceeding the long-term potential growth rate. So the implication of that is that all the reforms that have been implemented to date have had some very positive results, but they have not yet pushed the economy to a higher growth trajectory. Our forecast is very positive for Greece, actually over the next 5 years. Greece can probably sustain growth rates above 2% over the next few years as investment rebounds from the low levels to which it sank during the crisis. But without some radical changes, over the longer term, the economy will return to the long-term potential growth rate, which most economists at the moment, I think the consensus is that's around 1.1%. So what I'm saying is more radical policies are now needed to raise productivity growth rates. And historically, Greece has been one of the worst performers in Europe in that regard. It's rising, productivity growth is rising, but it still remains below the EU average. So I think, you know, how Greece can do that is the big issue, and you know, we can come back to that. How do we go about that?
Of course, also on productivity, but representing, Michael, the Greek government, let's say. What has been achieved so far, and how you intend to capitalize on this?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I think that it is clear that progress has been made over the last 6 years. Let me briefly say that those areas that led to the Greek crisis of the previous decade have greatly improved. So the fiscal performance of Greece is much improved. Indeed, we have now very good fiscal numbers. Public debt, although still remains the highest in the EU, is on a fast downward trend. The banking sector has been recovering. The results there are very encouraging. The banking sector has started financing again the real economy. And the macro outlook is quite positive. Unemployment is at its lowest levels for many years. Yesterday, the numbers were very encouraging. And the process of convergence to the EU average has resumed as a result of higher growth rates than the EU average. Also, another thing which is very positive is the fact that we have some signs that the Greek economy is rebalancing towards a healthier mix of economic activity. So the investment ratio to GDP is increasing, although it is not there where we want it, but it is increasing. We have covered half of the investment gap relative to the EU average since 2019. There is an expanding manufacturing sector, which is not the case in many European countries. So the percentage of manufacturing in the Greek economy increases, both in terms of GDP and employment. And there are areas where Greece has been making significant progress. Minister Skylakakis knows much better than me the progress that we have done in the area of energy. Last year, Greece was a net exporter in electricity generation. And all these things have happened at a very difficult and challenging international environment, so the Greek economy has shown resilience. Now, this progress has been acknowledged by markets. You know that Greece has recovered the investment grade from all major credit rating agencies. The market outcomes in terms of spreads are good. And also we have had increasing foreign direct investment inflows. Now, all these things are positive, but as you rightly say, we are not yet there where we would like to be, so as to say that we have completed, if you like, the effort of achieving the convergence to the EU average. So there is a very big agenda, which probably we will touch upon later in this discussion, but I agree that the two main, if you like, objectives would be A, to increase investment further, because investment, of course, increases, if you like, the production capacity of the Greek economy, especially at the time of demographic pressures. And second, and very important, is that we should push further for an increase in productivity. Productivity has been increasing. Mainly, the increase in productivity over the last 6 years has come from the capital side, so we should continue that, but we should also redouble our efforts to increase the productivity of Greek labor.
George, does the OECD think the same, or actually what does the OECD say on this?
Well, looking at the Greek economy from the standpoint of the OECD, and it's an observatory of 38 countries, the most developed economies in the world, there are two ways of looking at it. One is to see where Greece is placed comparatively with OECD countries, and there you have several cases where Greece is leading, but in many cases Greece is lagging the OECD average. But the most important, I think, is to see the distance that has been covered since 2019-2020. If you compare the improvements that have been registered for Greece compared to the OECD countries, you see Greece leading in a wide number of indicators. And I think that is important, the delta, as we could put it, the distance that has been covered and the speed of adjustment and reforms, and the whole brand of Greece as a success story, a story of recovery, I think makes a huge difference, because it also leads the expectations of market players, and the expectations deliver actual behavior on the ground. So in all these areas that have been mentioned by Michalis, the public debt reduction rate since 2020-21 is the largest, I would say, internationally. The employment gains every year Greece is leading in these. I would mention one example, which I think is quite interesting. The regulatory environment, the business environment, in terms of simplifying regulations. Greece was invited last year to present to the OECD its experience as the most successful country in terms of the progress made in the improvement of the regulatory environment for business. We presented our experience to the other OECD member states as a success story in improving the context in which businesses are called to operate. Just last week, Greece was mentioned in an OECD survey as a best case, as a success story regarding the reform, investment, licensing, and inspections in terms of simplification of the environment for business. So all these are differences and changes that can deliver actual improvement of the ground, even if that improvement is not yet visible, because they create exactly the conditions for private investment to flow in, for FDI to flow in. We see an increasing part of this directed to manufacturing and technology. We see, for example, a growing ecosystem in technology areas, in digital, in AI, which will be further strengthened with the arrival of one of the first 7 EU AI factories in Greece. So these are changes that are going to deliver their fruits in the years to come. And of course, they are based on sustainable public finances. In a recent graph, which I found probably one of the most interesting graphs I've seen in the OECD, Greece over the next decades is the only country where pension spending is not going to further burden the public budget. The only country with a stable or negative growth of fiscal spending because of the pension reforms that have been already implemented. So these are important changes, and I think they create the preconditions for sustainable recovery that will trickle down in a more visible way.
Thank you, George. Giovanni, we are at the within the round of questions that are focusing on what has been achieved. But John just has already referred to the lag in productivity in Greece. So I would also like to ask you what structural reforms or policy priorities should be accelerated to close this gap. And are there any similar case studies from other countries that Greece should focus on?
Thank you, John, and thank you for inviting me here. It's great. I'm really learning a lot. And let me pick up briefly before going to your question on the growth performance of Greece, really highlighting the remarkable performance over the last years on two aspects that I think are very important. First of all is the fight to tax evasion and the revenue over performance. This is a critical step forward of Greece. It's really creating the resources to fix the fiscal problems that have been fixed, that were at the basis of the troubles of the past decade, and really is bringing and generating a lot of confidence through also the rating agency decisions. The other part that is also extremely important, NPLs. I mean, and this is really a two-way interaction. Fixing the NPL problem, the non-performing loan problem, liberating space for credit is something that helps growth, and growth in turn helps fixing the non-performing loan problem. So there's still some way to go there, but the progress has been very immense. Let me then get back to your question, John. That very much is the question that is under the whole panel here. Is this enough, right? Is this enough for the medium term? Is this enough to fix productivity? Well, rather simply, I would say, no, it's not. And it's not because there is nothing that is enough. Not for Greece, not for any other country. I mean, yesterday we had very fascinating discussions, the intervention for Professor Asimoglu, the 5 big trends. Yesterday night, while I was thinking about my intervention today, I was thinking, okay, what is that is likely to be around in 5 years, or 10 years' time? And the only thing that I think will be very likely over the medium term is that nothing or many things will be radically different from what they are now. So the key word here is dynamism. It's a mentality, it's an approach, it's an attitude. It's very hard to identify a recipe, a set of reforms, because we don't know what the future has in front of us. It is more an issue of really reading the reality, understanding what are the needs, and be in a situation of continuous reform efforts, letting the political cycle overcome these reform efforts that the government have been following steadily, continuously over the last years would be a really big mistake. I mean, we all know, you know better than me, I mean, the origin of the dynamism word in Greek means power, strength, energy, a strong economy these days. It's an economy that can really give the signal and the perception investors that is agile, that is able to respond to shocks. And this is what Greece has consistently been doing. Let me just give a little sign. I'm sitting there running out of time, but on the signs that can tell us that we are on the right path of medium term is when Greece will be able to attract smart people with smart ideas. When you see this happening at scale, would there be Greek people that left the country and they are coming back, or people that elect Greece as a place to stay? This means that the reform effort has been convincing, credible, and has touched all the different parts of the economy. We see signs of this, but there is still some way to go.
Mrs. Kyllakakis, we are closing the first round, which focuses on what has been achieved, but the question is it enough? Is the progress enough? Will it, can you determine, can you say what would be enough, actually? Because it's an ongoing process, as Giovanni said.
Well, I always like to be more specific and be data-driven. Now, what has happened in the last 5 years and has fueled growth in Greece is a remarkable reduction of unemployment. It went from 17% in July 2019, when this government came, to 7.9 are the last data. This is very important, but 7.9 is close to a structural unemployment in Greece. So the unemployment growth, the growth coming from reduction of unemployment, has run its course. What has not run its course is investment growth, because Greece still has a serious, very serious investment gap compared to the Eurozone average. Greece was at 11% investment as percentage of GDP, which was the lowest in the Eurozone and in Europe. It has gone to 16%, but the European average is 21%. So we have a 5 points of GDP investment gap. And this must be the #1 policy priority in the country. Now, we have achieved, and there are some very big advantages to attract investments. I believe that in terms of fiscal clarity, Greece maybe has the best books in the world due to what happened in the last decade. We have the most clean fiscal picture than any other country, and I would say compared to many other European countries as well. And we have a very strong and positive fiscal path, which is important in an era where, for example, the US, Jerome Powell says the US does not have fiscal sustainability. So this is a big advantage. The second advantage is energy. Energy prices are going to drop in the next couple of years because there are huge energy investments that have started and will be finished in the next couple of years. We'll add about 4 gigawatts of renewables in the next 2 to 3 years. So energy prices will drop, and we also have political stability, at least for the next couple of years, and hopefully a lot more. So what we need now to do is not just accelerate reforms, but target them and think again about reforms. We must rethink reforms, because now we have a totally new environment, and what was a very ambitious reform program in 2019 has to be revisited and reinvented in 2025 for the country to go forward in the next 2 to 5 years.
This will be my next question. What do you mean by rethinking reforms? But let's be a bit forward-looking, and I will turn to John. John, you referred to the need to accelerate growth. And you also referred to structural barriers that are there and Greece needs to overcome. So what has to be done in order to improve the potential growth trajectory of Greece?
Well, first of all, I agree with the Minister and his emphasis on investment, and more particularly the emphasis on rethinking reforms, because I think we shouldn't underestimate the political dimension to all this and what needs to be done. And the importance of having agency. I think that was something that the Prime Minister really emphasized last night as well. I mean, he talked about trust and accountability, which is based on delivering, which is what the government has done in its first term. It's not to say everything is perfect, but it has delivered in many areas that have made a substantive difference. And saying that it's not enough is not to belittle, what's been achieved so far. What's been done has put Greece very much on the right track and in a much stronger position than it was just a few years ago. But when economists talk about the long-term potential growth rate being around 1.1%, they are talking about the kind of structural barriers. Now, I think there is a large amount of fatalism in some of that discussion, which I really think needs to be avoided. So one of the main structural barriers is seen to be the demographic trends in Europe generally, but particularly in Greece. If you look at the long-term UN projections for growth, you can see that Greece is going to have one of the steepest declines in terms of the working age population between now and 2050. That's going to fall from about 6.5 million in 2023 to 4.9 million in 2050. And the consensus is that this sort of adverse demographic outlook is going to have a severely negative effect on long-term real GDP growth rate. So that idea that demographics is destiny, that was popularized by that 19th century French philosopher Auguste Comte, it's turned into a kind of fatalism. And I don't think we should accept the view that a declining population is inevitably bad for growth. Many other factors actually are very important in shaping what happens. I mean, first of all, level of development, starting position. Technological advancements, absolutely critical, I think. Obviously, economic policies and the choices that are made by governments are really crucial. Social and political institutions, also important. The quality of human capital, all these things actually are equally important. Now, some of these factors are a kind of given. There's not that much that you can do about it. Starting position, demographics, there's only so much you can do in terms of trying to grow the population. Other things are slow burners in terms of reforms, so institutions, but they're also very important, what's happening with the judicial reforms and so on. So if Greece can do the right thing in policy areas, it can start to improve the potential growth trajectory. And I think critically, improving productivity, labor force participation is important now. Greece lags, there's a lot that can be done here, and the government started to do it. Greece lags behind in participation rates, particularly of women, but also of older people. The IMF recently published a report in April about the silver economy, and I think there's a lot that Greece can do here as well, not just in terms of raising retirement age and so on, but in terms of bringing older people back into the economy and obviously improving the situation with youth unemployment as well. Just final point, that even those policies in terms of improving labor force participation and boosting productivity growth in that way, that's not even, I think, going to be enough. And I think the critical thing is the technological advances and the focus on that, because we need to see a much more radical restructuring of the economy, a shifting of resources and investments away from low productivity businesses and sectors into higher productivity businesses and the industries of the future that can actually provide better paid jobs. So, I mean, that is a massive challenge. And, maybe we can close in the end about whether we think the government is up to doing that. And I would emphasize that the government has shown already a willingness to take on vested interests and do things that haven't, shake things up. But I think if it wins a third term, which I think it's got a very good chance of doing, I think it needs to be more disruptive.
Let's go to the government. So, looking ahead, which reforms, Michael, do you consider the most crucial, and which of them are feasible within this electoral cycle?
So I think that we are all mainly thinking in terms of the same lines. So going forward, in order to continue outperforming the EU average, there are, I think, basically two prerequisites. The first, and quite obvious, is to sustain, maintain, and even strengthen the hard-won gains in terms of the fiscal progress we have had, the macro stabilization and the banking improvement. These are conditions that have been achieved to a large extent, and they should be maintained. So, having said that, the next step, I agree, is to have an improvement in the structure of the Greek economy, and this implies that we need to shift now more our attention to the micro side of the Greek economy. We have done, I think, a fairly good job in the macro over the previous years. Now it is time to see how can we improve further the micro. We have done a lot of progress there, and the Economist has acknowledged it in terms of, classifying Greece as one of the fastest improving economies in recent years on the micro side. But I agree with the minister that we should aim to increase the investment ratio in the GDP further and increase productivity. Now, let me mention very briefly the specific of this. When it comes to becoming friendlier for investment, I think that we need to look at the deregulation agenda, which is a European agenda. We have done progress there, but it is true that we can do things easier and simpler for potential investors. I think that we have done a lot of good work in terms of improving the institutional performance of the country. The digitalization progress has been very, very good. Nevertheless, the back office of the Greek civil service continues to pose difficulties to investors. So this is a very big agenda which has to do with how we reform the Greek civil service in a way which is rewarding people, but at the same time ensures good standards and productivity in the public sector. The justice system, there are significant steps of progress. Nevertheless, there are things to be done there. Land uses, again, Minister Skylakakis is much more expert than me, but this is also an agenda where we can improve. The financing of investment is also another area where we can improve. The banks are now lending to enterprises. Nevertheless, we can develop the finance universe further, and there are certain good developments in capital markets in recent days, as you have seen. The competition agenda is very important. George mentioned that we have done a lot of progress in competition in the goods market, and it shows in the OECD rankings, but we can also increase competition, particularly in the services sector. We have the human capital agenda, which is huge. Again, we have done progress in education, a major reform with private universities, non-state universities coming in the country as from this September, but we can also take back the brain drain of the previous crisis, last decade. And we have improved a lot in our FDI, but again, we can help people who are prospective investors in Greece further. Incentivizing labor market participation is another huge agenda. We have done progress. Minister Tsakloglou, who's here, has passed a very good law which increased the participation of people that were retirees coming back in the labor market. But again, you are absolutely right. We should think the incentives we give to people as to become active. We have done progress, but we can do better. So this is a list of things we can do in order to improve investment. Investment itself will increase productivity. And last but not least, the productivity agenda, in my view, has three main axes. First, we need to scale up Greek firms. Greek firms, when they grow in size, the evidence shows that they become as productive as the European firms. So with a significant margin of improvement for scaling up, I see a significant margin for improving productivity. The second thing is that we need a rebalancing of the Greek economy towards higher value economic activity. Again, we are doing progress there, but still 75% of the Greek manufacturing production is classified as low or low-medium tech. 25%, which is high or high-medium, is a big improvement compared to the past, but there is also scope for improvement there. And finally, there is a very significant growth opportunity in the services sector. The globalization process in recent years is driven by the increase in the volume of international trade in exports. This is an area where Greece is doing well in tourism and shipping, but we have been lagging behind certain exports of services where we could be much more successful. I speak about digital services, I speak about professional services, I speak about information and communication technology services. So this is an area where we should invest, and I am sure that this will increase long-term growth.
As I can see, we won't have time for a third round of questions, so I have to adjust a bit the questions that I have prepared. George, despite the progress we are talking about, there is some criticism that Greece does not implement crucial reforms or sensitive reforms from a political perspective, let's say. How do you respond to this? How does the OECD respond to this? And given the fact that now the international environment is not the international environment that Greece has implemented the reform agenda so far.
Yeah, well, companies very often say that even if you do very well, you cannot escape your macros. And by the same token, and no country can escape its global environment if that is an environment of uncertainty. What the country can show, however, is resilience and adaptability to changes. And I think what has been established over the last few years and has been pointed out, even I recall the latest OECD economic outlook, where it is pointed out that Greece has demonstrated remarkable resilience in the face of successive shocks that affected the Greek economy very forcefully, all the way from COVID onwards. We are in an environment that is changing constantly. What is important is that we improve the structural capacity of the economy. These are all the changes, and the shopping list that Michael mentioned, which is very exhaustive. It's exactly what we need to keep on doing. The structural transformation of the Greek economy is happening gradually, but we are gaining pace and we are adjusting, we are converging year by year closer to the EU and the OECD, doing it in a much more sustainable manner. There are areas that clearly need to be focused upon, and a lot has been said about productivity. This is the major challenge, how we can accelerate productivity growth in Greece. It's not easy in the sense that it is associated exactly with what Michael said, the very small size of businesses, the extensive self-employment in the Greek economy. These are choices that go back to the sort of the foundations of Greek society and the cultural underpinnings that cannot change very easily. But we need to change them if we are to improve the performance of the Greek economy. And of course, the labor shortages, despite the gains in employment, despite the very impressive reduction and fast reduction in unemployment, remain a very important challenge. We need to improve on vocational training, on addressing skills mismatches, despite the fact that unemployment remained high, as it was still higher than a EU average. There were still companies that could not find the kind of human capital that they were looking for. We need to improve the match between the skills that are provided by educational and training system and the skills that are required by our businesses. And of course, increase labor participation. This can never be overemphasized. We need to do that by increasing women's participation, youth participation in the labor market, and older workers' participation through greater flexibility, through extending their participation in the labor force. Greece has championed the establishment of the OECD Crete Center for Population Dynamics, which is exactly aimed to address all the challenges related and deriving from the demographic challenge. And it is not just a matter of fertility, it is a matter of the challenges related to longevity. Longevity is a good thing for our societies, but it means that we have to change the way in which we organize our labor markets, we organize our skill building and training and education systems, and the way in which we use technology in order to empower people in the labor market, including the so-called silver economy. So all these are structural changes that require a constant adaptability and a constant speed of responsiveness to external changes that are happening and to which we need to adjust.
Thank you very much, George. Giovanni, given the current challenging international environment, global environment, how can the ESM help Greece going forward?
Well, the ESM is its mandate is a crisis management organization, and many connects them with situation of difficulty or crisis. But I like very much the metaphor that also many in our organization use of the firefighters. No? We are here to prevent also fires from happening, prevents also for a crisis to happen. And we interact a lot with Greece, as we do also with other countries. Greece is no special in the sense we're exchanging our analysis, exchanging our views. Every time I come here I learn a lot from interaction with Michalis and the other members of the government, and I really hope that also our analysis helps the Greek authorities understanding how the environment is changing around us. Let me really go back to the concept of dynamism that I was stressing before. If we do not understand the environment around us, we cannot be dynamic enough in order to convince markets that Greece is, and the country and the economy is a good place for investment. And so this is something that we are strongly committed in terms of real crisis prevention. Then the ESM is part in the big architecture in the euro area of providing insurance. And it is in a time like this one in which risks are so difficult to quantify, and the tail risk, in the big distribution of events, the more extreme ones are becoming more and more likely and more difficult to understand in their impact, in their consequences. Getting insurance, it's an important role. And the ESM, again, to Greece, as it does for all the other euro area member states, is stand ready to really provide the type of support that can insure against risks that could happen in terms of market access, in terms of other elements, and is there to reduce the cost of dealing with these risks. So it's very much an effort that we are doing to really bring away the memory of the crisis time. We are past that. We are past this time clearly, and to be ready, getting ready to deal with the crisis or the challenges or the issues of the future. To be honest, Greece is probably one of the countries that is better prepared, also in terms of buffers, in terms of structure of its government debt, to deal with volatility in the overall market, and markets know this very, very well. For instance, and I think that also part of this is due, most of it is due to the reform efforts and the sacrifices endured by the countries over many years, and the more recent reform efforts, but also it's due to a support that came from the European side, the NGU side. There is one anecdote that I just wanted to clearly to share. I mean, at the ESM, indeed, in our crisis preparedness and prevention, we really monitor market quite closely, and we ask market participants almost on a daily basis for their views. It's not really my job, but I do that from time to time because I like to get the pulse. And I was asking how I'm a portfolio manager in a hedge fund, how do you see the core and periphery countries going? And usually the interaction is very fast. No, they talk very fast. They answer very fast. Then there was a silence. What happened? The guy told me, "Who are core countries? Who are periphery countries?" What I mean to say is that we are in a different environment. New generations that look at Europe and the homogeneity between European countries in a very different way. That sometimes our mindset of my generation does. So at the ESM, we are really committed to look through these changes that are happening, these different perceptions, to create a consensus on what is needed across all the different member states.
Thank you, Giovanni. I promised the final question would be this. What do you consider, Theodore, as rethinking reforms? Can you elaborate a bit on this?
Well, rethinking reforms. Let's start by yesterday's very interesting discussion between the Prime Minister and the Professor Atsemoglu. We are talking about AI coming, and it's coming in the next 5-10 years in a way that we cannot really project. And at the same time, we're talking about demographics hurting Greece because we won't have enough labor. But will AI and AI societies need more labor? What I see coming is societies having more leisure time. And Greece has a huge competitive advantage when it comes to leisure time. People will have more time to spend. And Greece's competitive advantage, we would call it with the old marketing word, location, location, location. So what we must do is prepare for the world that is coming and not the world that we used to be. And you can resolve the problem of demographics if you look at your migration policy and stop illegal or undocumented migration, but go into legal migration to cover real workforce needs and to get exactly what workforce you want for the time that you want it. So there are things when we start thinking outside of the box that are totally new. For example, at least in Europe, we don't have in the last 20 years a legal migration policy. We are, all the countries are fighting within themselves with the concept of migration that we cannot control. Thinking again outside of the box, we need a constitutional change in Greece to be able to handle land use a lot more efficiently. Again, outside of the box. We don't measure public sector productivity. Public goods in Greece are there is very, very low productivity in the production of public goods in Greece. We should measure and raise public sector productivity. There are a lot of things that we can and must do, but we must think differently from what we were thinking, because the world is going into an era of big disruption. And this big disruption that we are facing, we cannot resolve with old policies. I still have the manuals of reforms of the 90s. We must throw them away and rethink. That's my opinion.
We have a bit more time, so I will return to John. Mr. Skylakakis referred to some crucial reforms or some crucial sectors that Greece needs to implement reforms on them. But what makes you believe that things that haven't changed so far can change in the near future and boost productivity, of course?
Okay, just to pick up again on what the minister just said, I think he said much more eloquently what I was trying to say about a smaller working age population does not equate necessarily to smaller output, and that's the point. We are entering this brave new world where it's even very hard to predict what kind of world that's going to be. But GDP growth or output is a function of productivity growth or output per worker, and the issue is, what kind of work, which kind of jobs, and how they are performed, whether in the private sector. And as you say, we also need to look at productivity in the public sector as well. So I think, we do need more thinking outside the box. So what makes me think that Greece can do now, maybe what it hasn't done in the past, even though, notwithstanding the accomplishments of the past 7 years, I think, as I said before, in the end, it becomes a political question about the policy, about the vision of the government, about the policy choices the government makes, and whether it has not just the political will, to see something through that is going to be actually quite disruptive and maybe even quite painful. I think it's about having the organization in place to carry through, a particular vision. And I think that was something that probably surprised everybody about Greece in the first term of, the government really prepared in advance. unlike many other governments in Europe, what it was going to do when it came to power. Now, when you're getting into a second term or even maybe a third term, I think the temptation is, to settle for what you've already done, for what already exists, rather than to do something really different and even, revolutionary. And obviously, you need to do that and take the population with you. I mean, that is the challenge. I actually have quite a lot of hope that might be possible. I think, Greece has done something that not many governments in Europe have actually been doing recently. It had a vision, it had a plan. I'm not saying it's perfect. There's many things that, haven't been done. There's still many problems. We've seen, corruption scandals, all sorts of things going on. So there's still a lot that needs to be done. But I think in terms of that, taking seriously agency and believing that actually some of the problems are solvable, that's what's been lost, and that is a political issue. And before we solve any problems with AI, we talked about this the other day, I think we have to restore belief in the capacity, our own capacity, to bring about, positive change. And sometimes you get the feeling that many governments actually secretly no longer believe that the problems are solvable. So I think it's a political issue at the end of the day. So, it's down to who's in power and what they do.
I would be delighted to continue asking, but your panel, the next panel, is already here.
Yeah.
So okay. I have to pass the floor to John, and thank you all very much for attending us.
Let's do a photograph. Okay, thanks a lot, Jane. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to our second session of the day, where we're going to be looking at the business and investment environment in 2025, which sectors are game changers. So let me invite our speakers now to join me on the stage. Delighted to introduce the alternate Minister of Economy and Finance, Government of Greece, Nikos Papathanasis, Michael Jacobidis, Sir Donald Gordon, Professor of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Professor of Strategy at the London Business School, Colin Ellis, Global Credit Strategist, Moody's Investor Service, Stefanos Ayasoliou, Chief Executive, Public Road Transport, Dimitri Primpas, General Manager, IBM Greece and Cyprus, and Stefan Kraus, Chief Operating Officer, Member of the Executive Committee, Henley and Partners. Welcome, all of you. Thank you very much for being with us. Lovely to see you again. Okay, I'm not sure how many of you were in the room for that opening session. You might want to pick up on some of the things that were there. I think during the course of this day, we will be, coming back to a lot of the issues that were raised and some of these topics, and hopefully building on what's been said already. But I'm going to ask each of you maybe to make a few opening remarks about, what we want to hear about really is the strengths and maybe the remaining weaknesses of the business environment in Greece, what needs to be improved, what the government intends to do, and so on. So I'm going to turn straight away to you, Nikos.
Well, thank you very much, Joan. Even though we were not here, as we were driving, we had the opportunity, the benefits of the digital world, to listen to all the previous panel. so maybe we'll pick it up from there. Well, we see that Greece has changed page. So as we heard yesterday, a wonderful interview here with the Prime Minister and the Nobelist professor. We are living an era where Greece has changed page, and of course, in order to do that, it has first of all started with very strong reforms. And I think the name of the game is to sustain the power of the reforms and reinvent reforms. So it's a reformist government. We sustain a growth that I would say it's quite stronger than the average growth of the European Union. And in that sense, digitalization has played an important role in this road. So in this growth, actually yesterday, we had the opportunity to have the lowest unemployment rate that we've had the last, even I would say, 20 years, with less than 8%. And the most significant part, Joanne, is that we have a single-digit unemployment for women. Actually, this is quite, we covered a lot of space. Just to remind that when we started back in 2019, the unemployment rate for women was up to 25%, and it has gone down to 9.8%. Also, unemployment for youth was approximately 27%, and now it's down to 10.5 to 11%. So the strong issues that we have in Greece is, besides the growth, is that we have the talent, we have STEM graduates, and this is something that many companies turn to us to find STEM graduates, and that's why we see a significant increase in FDIs. Now the gap in investment, of course, it's more than 6 points. We've reached approximately 15% to 16%. The average European Union investment in GDP reaches 21%. So we have a lot of space to cover, but we're working on it. Now, obviously, we have to face bureaucracy, even though with the reforms we have tried to assist in reducing bureaucracy. I think that we still have a long way to go, and I think this is one of the important issues that we have to face in the second term. We're now in the middle of this term. We have 2 years to go, and I think we should work more on reducing bureaucracy and, of course, digitization. And if you blend digitization with artificial intelligence, I think reforms in artificial intelligence will assist in improving the business environment in Greece.
Excellent. Thanks very much indeed. Let me turn now to Professor Yakubidis. Great to have you with us. And yeah, I'm very interested to hear your perspective on what you've seen occurring here in Greece recent years and where you think it needs to go.
It was interesting to hear Minister Papanassis speak about the macro level, but I think that the focus that we should be having, if we are to unpeel what really is going on, is precisely what this panel promises, which is to look at the sectoral level. And I'm a little concerned that at the sectoral level, things start looking a little different. Where has the growth of Greece been driven from? Primarily from the increase in employment, as you rightly say, but this has a dark side. And the dark side is that productivity has become flat or has fallen in Greece. Also, the growth of employment is primarily driven by employment in unproductive sectors in relative terms. So let's now start thinking about sectors. The sector that has driven Greece is tourism primarily, and there's been a bit of construction. And if you look at any of the indicators, and perhaps I might be again a little less optimistic than my friend George Pakoulatos, I don't think the news are all that positive when you look at them in context. the productivity of Greece lags both in each and every sector. You look at productivity per employee in terms of how effective we are in each sector, and then you can think about the value add that each sector has. For better and for worse, unfortunately for worse, tourism is one of the lowest productivity in terms of GDP per amount of work put in. And if you start looking at it a little bit more carefully, you'll see that beneath the rosy picture lies a somewhat more challenging reality, challenging even for the future of the sector. Why has tourism been able to be so effective? Partly because it is massively subsidized. It is subsidized first because of the licensing, and we are right now using, without thinking about the long-term implications, natural resources. You look at your own experience of everyone in the room. How is it that you see the Greek summer? There is a privatization of public goods like beaches. There is also willy-nilly expansion in planning, and the only force that is pushing back is the Symbolios της Επικρατείας, the Council of State, on the basis of lawsuits. And it is ironic that in a country that is so dependent on the integrity of its natural environment, we are relying on the Council of State to judge the laws anti-constitutional because they are in violation of the basic rights of its citizens, and there is a bit of a cat and mouse game that is being played. There's other ways in which tourism is subsidized, including by the fact that tourism is a seasonal business, which means that part of the time people are paid by their employers, the other part of the time they're paid by the state because they're on unemployment. If you start looking at the mechanics of it and at what has happened in Q3 and Q4, you will also see that there is a push in terms of the public debt. So tourism and building, which again, not only environmentally, but also in terms of their own viability are undermined, are an issue. Let's now go back to what we see at the European level. What did Draghi say in his report? He had 5 things. He said we need to think about the European integration and competitiveness in services, and competitiveness here is a big issue. Then he said strategic sectors. What are we doing in Greece in terms of strategic sectors? Are we really pushing for industrial policy? No. What is it that is called a strategic investment? Touristic investments in Mykonos and Santorini. Forgive me, this is utter folly. We are paying Rybolovlev, the Russian oligarch who got Skorpios, 4 million cash so he can start developing Skorpios. This is an abuse of focus, and I'm afraid that Greece is moving in the wrong direction, unfortunately, for something that is as old as Greek politics. Everyone's very excited about OPEKP and what's going on. That's not the big issue as far as I'm concerned. The big issue in Greece is policy capture. What do I mean policy capture? I mean that vested interests in every sector are ensuring that regulation, and again, the only place where regulation is really very iffy is in terms of building, where there is a support and facilitation of large touristic developments that might undermine their own futures. These are finding themselves in difficulty. And to give you one specific example from that, there's a friend of mine who is now setting up what should be an exemplar of what Greek businesses have. One of the aging sort of centers, bought a nice place in Vouliagmeni after he sold his business in the Middle East, and he's struggling getting the appropriate permits. Why? Because the highly concentrated hospital sector has the ears of the Ministry of Health, and at each and every sector, the limitations of what innovators can do are holding them back. Greece has an excess of available funds and also a shortage of the ability of transforming the economy. So let's stop supporting the sectors that are economically unproductive and potentially environmentally disruptive, and let's start being real about some of these reforms. With all due respect to Minister Silakakis, I'm not going to throw out some of the reforms. I will implement them even if 30 years late, especially when it comes to the ability of being a little bit more competitive. And again, policy capture rather than the traditional problems that everyone looks at in newspapers is one of the key areas I'd consider.
Okay, thank you very much. Laying down the gauntlet there, so I hope that will make for a good discussion. Afterwards, and no doubt the Minister will want to come back, but let me turn to you, Colin, to get your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Joan. It's wonderful to be back here in Lagranisi, and I think I struggled a little bit when I was thinking about this panel, particularly given the content we've already heard throughout this conference. But I do want to echo the fantastic progress that's been made over the last 10 years. You can see that in our ratings and everything that's happened. But the focus today is more about that kind of sectoral opportunities and where do we see things, particularly over the near term, which for us is probably more 12 to 18 months. We have these things at Moody's that we call industry sector outlooks, or ISOs. And most of the time they're global, because most of the work we do is across global markets, the globally competitive firms that we assess. And they've actually moved quite a long way since the start of this year. There's 17 of them, and back in January, I think we had about 7 that were positive and only 2 or 3 that were negative. So that's where we're saying these are the sectors that are going to do well, and these are the sectors that are going to find challenges, particularly over the near term. That has moved a very long way. So as of today, we only have 2 sectors that are positive globally. One is diversified information technology, which ties into all of the debate around data centers and AI and everything else we've been talking about. The other is aerospace and defense. Now, of those 2 sectors, I think sometimes we overlook the fact that, particularly in a European context, Greece does have a lot of experience and, frankly, some advantages compared to some other European countries in the defense sector. So that strikes me as one which we maybe skate over a little bit, but it's really, really important. And when you think about the broader global context with geopolitics and Greece's strategic location, that feels like an area of opportunity for me. But I also want to flip it a little bit, because we could talk again about digitalization and green transition and energy, everything else this conference has been doing. But in an effort to try and be slightly original, I was going to pick out 2 other sectors. Firstly, I think the key message that I've heard here and from other events around Europe, there's a lot of thought and concern around AI and the impact on jobs and the impact on people. But I think the key ingredient in terms of preserving and creating jobs is going to be skills. So again, we're talking about the university sector there for me, where I think, again, Greece has a relative comparative advantage. It does not mean that sector does not need to innovate. And we're already seeing that globally, particularly with some of the large US universities. The UK is catching up a bit in terms of a digital offering that you have there. Why can't Greece do that? And that would bring in not just external revenues again, but it would also help address some of the skills gaps and support the population. The second one is a little bit more of a leap, but bear with me. One of the big stories of the last 10 years is, well, really the last 6 or 7 years, is the transformation of the banking sector, and in particular the massive reductions in non-performing loans. You will have views on that, I'm sure, but we need to recognize that's been achieved by a combination of securitization of non-performing assets and asset sales. Why am I going on about those? Well, because the biggest growing sector in terms of financing, investment, and supporting the economy in the US is this thing called private credit. And that's a way for essentially non-bank lending to grow and thrive, and particularly to support smaller businesses. And a lot of the structures that we see in private credit in the US have echoes of that kind of perspective of asset sales and management and securitization. So in an effort to say something new, I think I would just add skills and maybe private credit as areas that might be worth exploring. But I'll leave it there.
Very good. Thanks very much for that, Colin. Stefanos, coming from the infrastructure, public road transport sector, how important is, what's been happening there? What's the outlook? How important is that for transforming Greek economy?
Joan, thank you for the opportunity, and I would like to thank the economists for having me again for another year here. I'm here to share my experience and the experience of the public transport in Greece. And of course, I'm talking about Athens, but Athens, or the greater Athens area, is half the population of Greece, and therefore it has a significant impact on investment, on the economy, and contrary to some of the macro things that we've heard. I can give you a micro a micro image of what went on. Now, we are the largest company, the largest public transport company in Greece, and maybe one of the largest in Europe in terms of one company servicing about 4 million people altogether with buses. We started 5 years ago with 1,500 buses that were all older buses, about 17 and a half, 19 years fleet. The age, the medium age of our fleet was like that. We had to make a lot of investment thanks to the efforts of this particular minister here, Mr. Papathanasis, from the European funds, the RRF, the ESPA and the other funds, the modernization fund now, and we made a big effort and a huge investment of more than 2 billion euros to change or renew the fleet of buses, 1,500 buses, all green. Now, that's not the whole story. We didn't just change the fleet or are changing the fleet. We created a totally new technological era in public transport in Greece. We went from the older way of operating buses to the electric and hydrogen buses. But that means that when you got a new fleet, you have to have the infrastructure that comes with it. And of course that means a lot of investment that has to go to other areas, and also you have to retrain your people, create different skills, have different parts, different way of thinking, and of course digitization is necessary for our company, so we had to invest in that as well. We have to invest in trying to get new people to our company that are younger, that have a different culture and can understand better this change in technology, going from the old petrol buses to electrical and hydrogen buses is a total new way of thinking, not only technically, but also from the perspective of driving those buses around Athens. They are all run on a specific software, and every technical detail of the bus is on one software. Therefore, we need to have all the backup needed in our IT departments to prepare not only for what is everyday business, but also for possible cyber problems that might occur. And of course, it is a time where things are quite problematic in that area. What I'm trying to say is that maybe the numbers in macroeconomy are showing a different picture. I don't know about that, but moves and investments like the ones we did the last 5 years that are changing the whole face of public transport for the public good that we are offering, but also on the other hand, we are creating multipliers for many, many smaller places. And I give you just one example. We, as a government, as a Ministry of Transport, we created a program where our older buses that are coming out of commission are given to our to the islands that are remote, in order to have and service the people that are living there. Now that creates, obviously, with older buses, an environment where they have to service their buses, because we cannot offer from Athens that service. Therefore, they have to find ways of doing that. That creates new opportunities and creates new jobs, even in an older bus, even in an older technology bus. But that gives, in that island, in that small population, the incentive of doing other things. Therefore, there are multipliers that are happening because the government, the Ministry of Transport and ourselves, they decided to fund this, and we made it happen in the last 5 years, and we hope by 2027 Athens to be one of the greenest in terms of public transport cities in Europe.
Thank you very much, Stefanos. Over to you, Dimitri Primpas, IBM, for a sectoral perspective, hopefully.
Thank you very much for the invitation today in this economist event. We're glad to have this also this year. It's evident from all the discussions in these 3 days that technology is a catalyst for the growth on the next years across industries. So I would like to share with you some of the experiences that we have and what we see around the globe and how we can move this best practice also to the country. It's evident that the technology will change how all the companies operate, both public sector and private sector, and will affect all the industries on a different way per industry. All of speakers mentioned AI. We'll see new things that are coming. The question is how we are prepared for that and how ready we are to adopt them. It's evident that in the Greek public sector there have been big steps improvement with funds from RRF. So many foundational things have been created in the country or are implemented right now, although the projects are ongoing. So the country has done, from the public sector, a big step improvement. We need to continue this step. We need to go to more sophisticated services and more automated services that we'll be able to produce and give to the citizens. And on the other hand, this should be the enabler for the private sector to be easier to invest in the country and be easier to expand and growth in the country. In order to do that, what we need to first to understand and have the data foundation that are necessary for all the companies and the enterprises in order to be able to use the technology. So the first thing that is we need to normalize and have all our data governed and properly managed within the organization. One interesting statistic that we have from the globe is that only 1% of the enterprise data are used right now on enterprise AI use cases. So you can see what is the potential that can unlock if we have more enterprise data that will unlock AI in the future. Also, AI is coming and will transform how the companies are operating. It does not only give efficiency in terms of labor, indeed it gives some efficiency to the labor part. It can maybe offset the population aging. Yes, these are things that we may see them. But the biggest step improvement will be when the AI use cases will really transform how the businesses and what are the services that how we produce and how we monitor them. We have many use cases, for example, to give you some ideas. On the finance sector, many AI things are working on preventing fraud, or we're completely changing the way that the banks are speaking or are dealing with their clients. The total customer service, customer experience is different. For example, in manufacturing, we can have better quality controls. So there are many, many use cases per industry that can be used, that the question is how ready and how fast we can do it. There are many studies that we have seen that Europe is lacking versus United States on the pace that we use technology and we use AI. So this is one of the steps that we need to further improve. And putting this perspective within the country, we did a first good step improvement that we're creating the foundations, but we need to run. We have one advantage, many of the speakers have already mentioned it, the advantage is that we have a good skill set and better compared to the European average, because we have universities that produce very high quality graduates, but we need to capitalize that. And if we capitalize that, we have a competitive advantage for the future for our local enterprises.
Thank you very much. Finally, Stefan Kraus, Chief Operating Officer of Henley & Partners. I guess we want to hear from you, from your experience, what has made Greece attractive from the point of view of your visa, golden visa program.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and good morning. It's a pleasure to return to Athens for the 29th Annual Government Roundtable. We're here in a moment of inflection. The global economy has recovered from the shocks of the early 2020s and is reconfiguring itself along new axes driven by innovation, sustainability, shifting demographics, and intensified competition for capital and talent. And across Europe, and particularly in Greece, a new story is being written, one that rewards strategic reform, entrepreneurial vision, and inclusive growth. Greece revival in recent years has been remarkable. Once associated with economic instability, Greece is steadily becoming a beacon of resilience. Strong post-pandemic recovery, fiscal reforms, digital progress, and infrastructure upgrades have created a dynamic, investment-friendly environment. A critical pillar of this transformation, as you stated, is the Greece Golden Visa program. With more than 5.5 billion euros in foreign direct investment generated over the past decade, it has supported real estate and tourism while attracting globally mobile talent, capital, and entrepreneurship. Since launching in 2013, the program has seen a rise from 359 applications in 2014 to over 9,000 in 2024. Popular investment routes include real estate from 250,000 to 800,000 euros, fixed-term deposits of 500,000 euros, government bonds valued at 500,000 euros or more, shares in mutual funds valued at a minimum of 350,000 euros, and startup investment of at least 250,000 euros. Despite higher investment thresholds introduced in 2024, Greece is the third most popular residence program in terms of applications we have handled this year, just behind Spain and Portugal Golden Visa program. Greece is a prime case study of how investment migration programs, when designed well and implemented transparently, can drive inclusive economic growth. Beyond property, which raised 4.5 billion euros last year and the year before alone, Golden Visa capital has had spillover effects across the economy. Retail, education, professional services, and digital infrastructure have all benefited. The program's impact is evident in the revitalization of urban areas. The 250,000 euro threshold for restoration projects has been key for regenerating inner city Athens. Vacant buildings from the economic crisis have been repurposed into residential apartments, attracting investors seeking future growth. Meanwhile, financial instruments such as government bonds and mutual funds are gaining momentum, reflecting investor confidence in Greece's broader economic outlook. The Greece Golden Visa program has demonstrated its value in real estate, but its transformative potential lies in its adaptability. It could channel capital and talent into other high-impact sectors. Digital innovation and artificial intelligence are prime examples. Greece's growing tech ecosystem, supported by EU funds and international investment, is turning cities like Athens and Thessaloniki into regional innovation hubs. Tailored investment options could help fuel this transformation. As we see at Henley & Partners, strategic relocation is no longer just about lifestyle. Affluent families are seeking stability, opportunity, and purpose, and Greece offers all three. And with a sector-attuned visa program, these aspirations become investments in national progress. Henley & Partners data confirms this trend. Greece ranks among the global top 10 destinations for millionaire migration this year, with a net inflow expected of 1,200 millionaires and their families, with estimated wealth of $7.7 billion US. And many of them are able to relocate via the Greece Golden Visa program. Greece has already begun adapting its Golden Visa framework. Last year's reforms were pivotal, so higher minimums for real estate, preservation of the 250,000 euro threshold for restorations, a ban on short-term rentals under 60 days, and expanded access to startup investments. Aligning Greece's Golden Visa program with national goals will require introducing sector-specific pathways, ensuring capital is directed to high-impact areas such as entrepreneurship, environmental tech, digital infrastructure, and regional revitalization. In parallel, Greece's lump sum taxation regime offers an attractive complement, drawing individuals who want a stable, tax-efficient base in the European Union. By refining its investment migration model and leveraging such complementary policies, Greece can maintain its leadership and set a benchmark for the next generation of golden visa programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have some time for discussion, so I want to come back to what Professor Yacoubidis, his contention at the beginning, which is that notwithstanding the substantive improvement that's been made on the fiscal and macro front by this government, his concern is that what we're not seeing is a sufficient shift of resources and investment into more productive, higher value-added sectors. And instead, what is happening is that we're kind of perpetuating the kind of core sectors of the Greek economy, and that the big issue here, and one of the reasons why that isn't happening, is because of policy capture and vested interests. So, you know, he did throw down the gauntlet a bit, so we should tackle this. So yeah, let's ask you, Minister, to come back.
Well, I heard very carefully Professor Yacoubidis, and I would like to pose the picture. Where is Greece now, 5.5 years after the investment grade? Because it's only 5.5 years after the investment grade. And I'll have to say that, as you know, we are running on a new fiscal structural plan for all European countries. This is very important. I think it has passed unnoticed from all the business community that there is an expenditure benchmark that all European countries have to meet. And keep in mind that Greece is one of the countries that has met the expenditure benchmark for 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and there are 8 European countries that have not met that. And if you don't meet the expenditure benchmark, then you go into maybe an enhanced supervision. So you have a country that has passed a financial crisis. It has serious social infrastructure issues that has to meet, and at the same time it has to sustain the growth, a growth that surpasses maybe by 4 times the European growth. It has decreased the unemployment, and at the same time we have an increase in exports reaching 50% of the GDP. At the same time, I do not agree about subsidizing tourism. We don't see any subsidies at all by all the European programs for tourism. For example, neither RRF or the programming period that is running 21-27 has particular subsidies. And at the same time, don't forget that tourism was the sector that sustained a significant part of the GDP during the financial crisis. So we need to keep tourism going. It's very important for Greece. At the same time, we are working on other sectors. For example, I see here representatives from the pharmaceutical sector, and Greece, even though it has actually it's 3% of the European population, it produces 10% of the pharmaceuticals, the European pharmaceutical products. And at the same time, we see redirecting money, particularly to smart manufacturing and smart agriculture. And this is where and at the same time, for the infrastructure, we see that particularly with RRF, we have significant support for infrastructure projects reaching 2.7 billion euros. We have a significant support for the civil protection, having a solidarity fund in Europe that actually cannot support the climate crisis. During the Daniel issue in Thessaly, we received on a damage of 3.5 billion euros, we received 100 million. So there, we had to redirect money to support the climatic crisis, and that's why we have a civil protection program that is very high. We need it. There's no other way to do it. We have to use European funds. So what I'm saying is investment clawback for the pharmaceutical industry. It's a sector that's growing stronger. We have the agriculture, smart manufacturing, smart agriculture. So we are redirecting funds, but at the same time, we have to keep in mind that we have issues, significant issues, in supporting our infrastructure in Greece, since for 10 years there was no investment in the infrastructure because we were undergoing the financial crisis. Now, what we've done is we sustain growth, we reduce unemployment, we digitize the country, digitalize the country. We would like to upskill our people. We like to continue on that. We would like to continue on the reforms. It's an inclusive growth project. Inclusive growth means that you have a growth, but you have to redirect it at the same time at many issues that are very significant for society.
Yes. So the challenge for you is, this is a very complex process that we're talking about in terms of shifting resources and investment, away from kind of the bedrock, of what has been a bedrock of the economy into new sectors, and a government that is juggling with all these other, demands and issues. How do you go about doing that? So I'd like to hear your kind of recipe for doing that.
So a couple of things. First thing to say is, by no means do I want to underplay the difficulty of achieving what has been achieved at the macro and the stability level, and I appreciate that government is much harder when practiced than when criticized from anyone to the other side. So the first thing is a base understanding. On the other hand, we need to put things in the perspective of what policy does. Policy, at the end of the day, provides some possibilities of steering. And forgive me, if we speak about the ability of having some support for the sector, the support that I was mentioning is, first, environmentally, and there is a subsidy which is on the norms as well as in the returns, and in particular in things like strategic investments. I would challenge that. We are putting, and most of the strategic investments, if you count them, are in tourism. They are not in drugs, they are not in high tech. If you count all the numbers, if you count the euros put, is a predominant emphasis on tourism, and it should not be. The reason that we think about policy by way of externalities is that it affects other things. It affects, again, the viability of the country and its environment, and we are starting to see an environmental crisis, and there are pressures, and I appreciate that it's very difficult to push back against the pressures, but they exist. And the second thing is that you are now starting to see the growth of the tourism creating a cost of living crisis as a result of Airbnb and Booking.com having essentially expanded the tourism sector and increased the costs of living, with rent increases being one of them. So the question there is about managing it. And I think we need to shift away from we are broadly supporting it, and the forces that would come to pressure are going to be in this direction. So what I'm suggesting is that when you put it in an international framework, Greece is imbalanced, seriously imbalanced, even when you compare it with countries like Spain, with countries like Italy that are not short on tourism, but we do have massive imbalances in terms of both the amount of activity and the amount of direct or indirect state support. And the final thing that's very important, the issue is unfortunately a boring, pedantic, sector by sector, try to remove part of the I'm going back to the vested interest, the problems of regulation. And the issues of regulation isn't land use. The issues of regulation is the fact that we have an excessive number of limitations that means that innovation, each and every sector, is stopping. You spoke about AI. The problem for those of us who study, I focus on AI more now than I focus on sectoral imbalances, isn't the technology. It is the way that the technology can be integrated downstream in products. The reason we are not seeing yet AI productivity in any country of the world, generally, my friend Daron would agree with that, is that although the technology is able to deliver a number of things, the downstream conditions, even globally, make it difficult. Greece is an exemplar of this problem. We have people, but we cannot put it in investments.
Wind up, Professor, because we're running out of time, as usual, and but it's great to have a robust debate, but I wanted to get the other speakers maybe to come in, you know, not necessarily on, Colin maybe on this question, and maybe, you know, to try and say a bit more about the, you know, potential growth sectors. You mentioned defense. We've heard about pharma, where there's, you know, pharmaceuticals, definitely potential there. But yeah, what's your take on this debate?
I mean, yes, I agree with most of what I've heard. I think I particularly agree with the professor's perspective, where often we create, you know, most economies in the world are mixed economies. They're not pure market economies. They're not kind of centrally state-run. And we create them organically by, sometimes with the best wills in the world, creating rules that we think will help manage growth or will help constrain and stop some of the negative impacts, because any policy choice you make is normally redistributive in some ways. There's always winners and losers. And the kind of longer-term implication of that is that you can end up with this kind of network or barrier of rules that makes it harder for new entrants to come in, even if the reason you've done that is to prevent something bad happen, for example, in the finance sector, or something around health and safety. So I think I do agree that there is more Greece could do in terms of liberalizing markets and making it easier for people to come in and challenge incumbents. But I'd make a couple of points. I mean, firstly, that's the kind of debate I have everywhere. You know, it's a mark of how far we've come that we're not talking about fiscal issues anymore. We're talking about the challenges that every advanced economy has in where does the growth come from, and can you pick the sectors that are going to drive it? And I think you can create the conditions to create the opportunities, but I still really don't believe that government should pick sectors that win and lose. I'm still not convinced that industrial strategy in the long term is anything other than a big fiscal issue.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit cautious on that. And then that feeds on to, well, where are the growth sectors? And that ultimately comes back to what we as economists tend to call comparative advantage. So pharma, yes, I think that's definitely a big opportunity for Greece. But actually, I think the tourism sector will always be big here. And I think that's a natural consequence of comparative advantage, notwithstanding the direct and indirect impacts of public funds and regulations.
Okay, I just want to give the other panelists a chance to come in as well, because we've got to finish in 5 minutes. Maybe to ask all of you, really, what, from the point of view of your sectors, what you would like to see in terms of government prioritization of reform in the coming period. For Stefan, you know, maybe to ask you, how could Greece make this program even more attractive, and not just make it more attractive, but actually make sure that it reaps, you know, some dividends, you know, real dividends in terms of investment in some of the areas that, you know, you talked about beyond real estate, where, you know, it's also created problems of pushing up prices, housing prices for Greeks and so on, which is something governments now try to address. But, you know, the kind of broader spillover for the economy. So yeah, just if you can quickly, or each of you, you know, give you a chance to say what it is that you would say the government should be prioritizing. Yeah, just very quickly. minute.
Again, I think you're backing the wrong tree here, because from the government, we received, as a sector, in the last 5 years, huge amount of funds, and we did what we did, and we're doing what we're doing by changing the whole face, as I said, of the public sector. But I had the opportunity to talk about what we did. The government gave us the money and what we did. Now think about what all the industries around the world did here by investing, and not only investing themselves because they had to bring their technology, their buses. The Chinese, the Spanish, the French, the Italians, these are the people, the companies where we got very large orders of buses. We became one of their best clients in the last 5 years. 240 buses from the Chinese, another 125 again from the RRF, Mr. Papathanasis facilitated for us to have. They are coming in the beginning of 2026, and therefore that brings their companies and their investment. They are investing in depots. They are investing in parts that are needed for the fleet that we got from them. The Europeans, again, the French, Iveco, Menarini from Italy, the Spanish that are competing in our new tenders now, they are all not only selling buses, but coming to Greece, investing, helping us to retrain our people, and of course, helping us to try and bring more people into our sector. So I think that gives a microeconomic picture totally different than some of the statistics in the macro world are saying.
So, Dimitri, one point you made was that actually, in terms of labour force and human capital, that Greece, has advantages here, has a skill set, and it just needs to capitalise on that. So how can it do that?
Yeah, sure. Actually, indeed, all the research studies shows that we have better than the European average. So there are 3 things that we need to focus. First is we are working right now, and government is doing a very good job to reduce the brain drain. So actually, we are bringing more people from abroad to Greece. So we need to continue that. So to keep the people working in Greece, there are, especially on the technology sector, there are very big investments that are doing right now with technology hubs in Athens, in Thessaloniki, in many places in Greece that are supporting all the projects that are running, and also, not only in the Greek, but from Greece, supporting projects on the European level. So we need to keep focusing on that part in order to not derail. It's on a good track, but we need to continue on that. This is priority number 1. The second priority is because all the technology changes that are coming will also change the way the skills are needed. So we need to be, and with this human capital, we need to be in a position to better reskill early enough the people in order to address the changes that are coming with all the AI things and all these new technology advancements. And the third, also to answer your previous question to the other colleagues here in the panel about the industry segments that we see investments. It's a very good point to see that it's not only what the government is doing. What the government is doing is very good, but it's also produce side investments. The investment in depot. We see investments on logistics, on supply chain. So we see big companies from abroad coming in Greece, creating these investments, which creates new jobs. This creates also projects for us in the IT sector. It creates jobs for many other industries within the country. So this is side investments that we should continue. And energy, logistics, supply chain are key things that we need to focus on the next years.
Excellent, thank you. Stefan, just quickly in 30 seconds, how can Greece improve this golden visa program?
I mean, the good news is that the Greek golden visa program is amongst the most popular programs we offer as a firm. In terms of the country of Greece, attractive for high net worth, ultra high net worth individuals. The program is well priced in comparison to other residence programs in Europe, and the program is well run by the government. But often less is more. So I think the issue with the Golden Visa program is that there are too many options. First of all, that confuses clients. What should they pick? Real estate option, fund option. That I think can be improved, specifically because you need to look into which options are popular or not popular and which options are meaningful for the country. For example, a 250,000 real estate investment in a restoration project is meaningful to develop the city, whereas a 800,000 open market property transaction may be not that meaningful for the economy. And then there's, for example, a 250,000 startup investment option, and clients normally applying for a golden visa don't want to invest in a single startup company. It's too risky. So they would prefer investing in a venture capital fund. And that's what the government could think of, introducing a venture capital fund option where you have a dedicated AI fund or R&D fund or a green tech fund. Or, for example, you could even think about, some countries offer that, the donation option where you donate into a social housing fund. And then the general public understands the benefits of a golden visa program. These investors bring money here and it benefits the general public.
Very good, thank you. So, final word to you, Minister, to respond.
Okay, I think we have agreed in a way that we have worked on the macro and we will work on the micro. But in a turbulent time, the most important thing for the Greek people are to feel safe. What I mean by that, inclusive growth means that you have to take into consideration the geopolitical situation, you have to take into consideration the social issues, you have to take into consideration the sectors that have steadily supported the economy, at the same time to redirect your effort and through reforms to enhance and support other sectors. I think this is the job we have to do. We have to continue. We have to continue to what we had promised, and also at the same time we have to bring back the Greek people that have left. This is only can be done by growth, by creating jobs, by continuously changing the business environment, and of course by stabilizing further and supporting our SMEs and sectors of the economy that have stayed behind because of the financial crisis. Tourism is very important, but also manufacturing, smart agriculture, agri-food, and artificial intelligence, and at the same time the support for our talent to remain in Greece, and the only way to do that is support research and support innovative businesses.
Well, thank you very much. And on that note, I'm going to close this session and hand over to John for the next one. But please join me in thanking all our panelists. Okay, we have a photograph.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, ladies and gentlemen, Sirdi wa Sayadeti, we have one very interesting session coming up before you have your coffee. And this is on the encrypted side of a digital economy. So we're really talking about cryptocurrencies, etc. So let me ask Jürgen Schaaf from the ECB and Gregory Deldas, the chair of ACMS in Cyprus. Great to see you guys, and congratulations on dealing with this rather hot topic. Please take a seat. The Economist once referred to cryptocurrencies, and I think they're really talking about Bitcoin in particular, as a techno-anarchic project. I think, Gregory, you deal with anti-money laundering and so on. The ECB is not supposed to be doing anything dodgy. So, Jürgen, tell me more about what is the ECB's opinion on cryptocurrencies? We only have 20 minutes, by the way, but do feel very free to be way beyond any banking moderation.
Yes. Let's distinguish the family under the umbrella of the term crypto. So you mentioned Bitcoin.
Yeah.
We publicly, repeatedly said that we are not too fond of the idea. It ticks all the boxes of a bubble.
Yes.
It lacks the traits of a financial asset. Normally, if you invest in something that's supposed to be a financial asset, you get a yield out of it.
Yeah.
If you own real estate, an apartment, you get the rent from the tenant. If you buy a bond, you get the interest rate payment. If you hold stock, you get a dividend. So there's some kind of cash flow. Bitcoin doesn't do that.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have the traits of the financial assets. Why does the price grow?
And the same is true of all cryptocurrencies?
I'll come to that in a second.
Stable, yeah, sure.
3 seconds. So where does the money come from? You need to hope, believe that someone else will give you a higher price in the future. Economists call this the greater fool theory.
Yeah.
You believe that, and this might be actually rational, you believe that you will find someone who's a greater fool to give you more money in the future. And this, in theory, even in theory, cannot go on forever. Now, that's one of the reasons why we were in the past and still are quite dismissive of Bitcoin as an asset. In particular, as it lacks also the economic use case that other things have. Like you have raw material which don't yield any cash flow, but they are used in the real economy.
Yeah.
Bitcoin supposedly is a payment system, but it's hardly used for legal payments. So by and large, 80 to 90% are used for financial speculation or investment if you want to be more neutral. So that's one group. It's unbacked crypto assets without intrinsic value. There's a second family, the stable coins, which function differently. So there you have the idea that based on a similar technology, blockchain-based, you can have an asset that is packed to a real asset, be it
normally the dollar, or it could be the euro, right?
It could be, so it can be an asset like gold, in theory. It's mainly pegged to the dollar. It can be pegged to the euro. 99% of all current stablecoins are pegged to the dollar.
Yeah.
In theory, it works like you give me your money, you give me your pounds probably, and you get back a jeton as if you won into a casino.
Yeah.
Because in the blockchain environment, you play with something that is working on a blockchain. You don't pay with fiat money. I take your money, you have the token, you have the stable coin, and I invest it on the asset side of my balance sheet into ideally stable and liquid, really solid assets, for example, US treasuries and the like.
Yeah.
So that's the theory. But in an unregulated environment where no one checks where the money goes, where it is invested, there are inherent risks. Yeah. So, and the incentive for the stablecoin issuer is, of course, to invest in assets that yield higher and they are more risky. And then it's pretty hard sometimes to honor the promise to convert the tokens back into real currency. So potentially there's much more solidity, but you need the proper regulation, which we have already in the EU with the MiCA regulation, and which is underway in the US with the Genius Act.
Yes. Do you hold any cryptocurrencies?
Myself? No.
No. Let me just ask a question to the audience, because I have a feeling, I'm not sure we get any honest answers, but if I were to ask this question in America, there might be a very different answer. If anybody here holds a cryptocurrency, whether it be Ethereum, Bitcoin, whatever, could they put their hand up? One person there. Very good. 2, 3, 4 here. Yeah. So there are some brave people who will challenge the greater fool theory. I mean, I was at a meeting in Texas the other day, and there were just 12 of us. And they were pretty savvy financial people. I was amazed that 8 of them have assets in cryptocurrencies. But there we are. Gregory, the floor is yours. I mean, you're against money laundering, but
yes,
you're indulging in this this crypto. Is it Bitcoin that you have, or?
It's Bitcoin and a few others, but it's very, very little. You know.
Do you know the price of Bitcoin now? Have you checked?
I don't check it daily. I've seen it go up. I've seen.
Would you like to know what it is?
Please.
Well, a few minutes, not so long ago, an hour or so ago, it was 92,674 euros. So, depending on
$100,000, yeah.
You, with luck, you're okay.
Yeah, but I do agree with what Jürgen says. We need to be careful, but at the same time, you know, just like evolution cannot be stopped, innovation cannot be stopped. And I think the hype with cryptos is that, you know, it's like a new game, a new toy. You know, you want to play with it a bit. You want to try it out. And the price can go up, the price can go down. You can get lucky. You can also get unlucky.
But surely the innovation is actually blockchain technology.
Yeah, which is something we can use in many different things.
Exactly.
And that's, you know, that's a difference between, I guess, cryptocurrencies and perhaps NFTs or meme coins, where there is no fundamentals behind it. There's nothing there to support the value, whereas blockchain can be used in many different ways. I'm not a technologist myself, so I don't know how exactly you can use it. But what I would say is that, you know, with innovation, you need to be there. You need to understand it. You need to control it, perhaps with regulation, or be able to understand the risks and somehow manage those risks.
I mean, you mentioned meme coins there. And I mean, for example, I don't know how you pronounce this, Dollar Trump or Dollar Melania. I mean, this is ridiculous, isn't it? There is no conceivable market for that except the hope that you can con somebody else into taking a meme coin and then etc. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Speculation, you know, people.
Yeah.
You know, it's a hype. They buy something, they believe it will go up. I mean, a couple of years ago, I had some friends who were investing heavily, both in meme coins, but also crypto, saying that we know that at the end of 2025, it will be, I don't know, Bitcoin will be $200,000. Who knows? You know, nobody knows whether, you know, where the price will go. Just like I remember also many, many years ago, when there was this stock craze, at least back in Cyprus, and people were investing heavily in stocks. But at that point, there were some fundamentals behind the stocks. With meme coins, there's nothing there to support it.
No, it's kind of crazy.
And they can be used in, you know, in fraud, money laundering.
Sure. Now, Jürgen, you represent extremely honest, well-regulated organization, the ECB. When you look across the Atlantic, and you see that Donald Trump has just declared that, having been against cryptocurrencies, he's now very much in favor of them. And then when you look at Elon Musk with the Dogecoin, I mean, we're into an entirely different world, aren't we? And how does that affect the financial structure in Europe?
So the volatility of some of the political plans on the other side of the Atlantic, we are slowly getting used to that.
You could be a diplomat. That was so beautifully said.
I could not. I could not, believe me. We are getting used to that.
Yeah.
Speaking about the crypto approach, what we know is that the crypto industry has been a huge supporter of the campaign of the Trump election, but by the way, they also have spent a lot of money for the Democrats. So they invested big time into the
both sides.
On both sides.
Yeah.
So, and now one major difference in the US compared to Europe is that the spirit of the administration is much more crypto positive. So we have the Genius Act now, which is supposed to go through Congress. It can take some time. But the spirit of the Genius Act is actually quite similar to what we have in Europe. The difference is first that the overall political message is very pro-crypto, and that the European side is seeing the innovative potential of stablecoins, for example, but also take account of the risks and have a strong alliance with consumer protection. And a rather new element there is that the US administration makes clear that there's also a fiscal element, like the US Treasurer recently said this week, I think, that they aim to use the stablecoin legislation to support the further dollarization of financial markets. They see a potential of stablecoin market capitalization of $2 trillion, which is in the order of magnitude of 10 times what we see now. And as 99% of all stablecoins are denominated in US dollar, that means these new stablecoins need to be backed mainly by US denominated assets, mainly US debt. That economically would take away some pressure on interest rates when the budget increases. So this is a fiscal element that
so it extends the exorbitant privilege of the dollar being this.
It's a new vehicle,
reserve currency.
The spirit is the same. It's a new engine for a vehicle.
Yeah. Because at the moment, I guess you can't actually pay your tax bill anywhere except perhaps in El Salvador with Bitcoin. You have to actually convert it into a fiat currency.
You have to pay your tax. That's one of the basic elements of the definition of legal tender. In your legal tender, which is in Europe, the euro and the US dollar. El Salvador has two legal tender, which is a funny combination, US dollar and Bitcoin. So you could do both.
In terms of anti-money laundering, I mean, Bitcoin in particular, but a lot of cryptocurrencies have an extraordinarily bad reputation. People, criminals on the dark web, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have the enormous fraud of FTX with Sam Bankman-Fried. And yet still the surge towards cryptocurrencies continues. Why? Is this a frailty of human nature?
I want to hope that this will change with regulation. Blockchain promises trust. The transactions are there. They're stuck on the blockchain. Nobody can change them, and you can actually have tools which will help you find the information. It used to be anonymity. Now with the tools and the regulation, it becomes more difficult to use cryptocurrencies for money laundering. But again, blockchain promises trust, and trust comes through the code. But we still have the human factor, and because of the human factor and the human behavior, there still needs to be oversight. And to my mind, and I think this is the way regulation is going as well, we are treating cryptocurrencies just like any other currency, and crypto providers like any other financial institution. They need to have a program in place, an anti-money laundering program in place to know who their clients are. With the travel rule that has recently extended to cryptos as well, you know who is selling the cryptos, who is buying the cryptos, who is sending the cryptocurrencies from one place to another, so that you can properly screen against sanction lists, for example, or blacklists, and that makes it more difficult for cryptos to be abused. Obviously, it will take time, but I think we're in the right direction.
Jürgen, what is the regulatory approach towards cryptocurrency in the EU?
So we have MiCA, markets in crypto assets regulation, which is in place effectively since December last year. It mainly addresses stable coins. Make sure that they are solid. It's relatively clear on the asset side, on the reserves. It makes clear that the intermediary is registered and supervised. So it tries to put the logic of our established regulation to the crypto sphere. It's quite silent on Bitcoin though. So the overall stance is too silent and maybe too lax on the Bitcoin, the non-backed crypto, but it's quite clear on stable coins. And for many, including the industry, this clarity gives also security in terms of planning to the industry, and it also takes away the dodgy smell of some of them because it's regulated.
Yeah.
So it tries to strike a balance between protecting consumers, protecting financial stability, and at the same time leaving scope for innovation and increase in efficiency.
But it doesn't deal with meme coins or with NFTs and so on.
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah. Should it? I mean, Gregory, what do you think?
I think it should. But, you know, meme coins, to my mind, are like the casinos of crypto. It's like the casino of crypto. So just like casinos have a structure and licensing and principles and policies and procedures, the same way, you know, with meme coin trading, you know, there should be some regulation in that direction. You know.
Is there any sense in which cryptocurrencies are sort of a distraction from the proposals or need to have a digital currency? I mean, it's notable that China, for example, bans cryptocurrencies, and yet still wants to have a digital yuan or digital renminbi.
They're two different things. So we have now three animals under this umbrella. So you have the unbacked crypto like Bitcoin. There is a case for ban, but probably if you regulate it like gambling would be sufficient. If you increase financial education would be sufficient. Then you have the stable coins, which work as a bridge between traditional financial instruments and traditional currencies and the blockchain world, if you will. And then you have the true central bank money, the underlying raw material for our established financial system, the banking industry that likes to settle in central bank money. So there's a gap, and the true difference is that stable coins are effectively private monies. So they back somehow. They are backed by real assets, but they are private monies. And the CBDC, the retail CBDC, is a liability of the central bank, which is backed by the entire balance sheet of a central bank, which is backed by the law and order of the jurisdiction in which it works, which is backed by the economic power of that jurisdiction, and like cash, but in a different aggregate level, it's the most liquid and secure asset without any credit risk. So economically, there's a huge difference between them.
Yeah, no, I take the point. You mentioned cash, of course, and I mean, if you go to anywhere in Italy, for example, or I think probably in Greece, the encouragement of the governments is that you should pay with a credit card to basically avoid tax avoidance by the people who would prefer that you pay in cash. I mean, this is, in a sense, the same problem you have with crypto, including stablecoins. I mean, how do you how do you finesse that particular problem in which you've got people trying to avoid the jurisdiction and the disciplines of governments? Well, either one. I mean,
you know,
Gregory.
Again, the world is changing, right? We're talking about the digital euro, but at the same time, very few of us are actually using cash nowadays.
Yeah.
We're using cards. I took a taxi from the
hotel.
hotel.
That may be because of COVID, though, actually, if you think about it.
I think it's COVID. I think it's also easier.
I mean, it's so easy on my phone to use Apple Pay. You know.
Exactly, it's much easier to do that. So again, I think it's unavoidable. We're moving in that direction. And I remember going to the Nordics a few years ago, and I had cash on me, and I did not use any of it for 2 weeks. You know, people were used to paying digitally, right? You know, maybe you don't call it the digital euro, but it is digital money. You do use your phone to pay, and I think we're moving in that direction. And yeah, it is also for obviously to avoid tax evasion. It helps in that direction as well. There are tools to work in that direction, but yeah, this is where we're going. There's no turning back to cash.
Well, let me ask Jürgen for the final word. You mentioned at the beginning that this is the greater fool theory, this bubble, blah, blah, blah. If you have a bubble, then obviously at a certain point it bursts. When is that going to happen?
Well, the interesting thing about the bubble is you only can come up with a final verdict once it bursts.
Yeah.
So, and you made that point earlier, it can be actually very rational to know that it is a bubble, you invest, but you think you know roughly the time when it will burst and you get out before. Yeah. So it's not a contradiction that very smart people invest into something like Bitcoin, even thinking it's a bubble, but they will manage the right timing. Having said that, in so far, Bitcoin is quite different from previous bubbles because it has bursted already 3 or 4 times with an order of magnitude of 80%, but it came back each time. Now,
is that because criminals needed it?
Actually, the usage of Bitcoin for money laundering and terrorist financing is going down compared to stable coins because even for the crooks, Bitcoin is too volatile.
Interesting.
But the thing is, the underlying mechanism are reviving this sort of bubble, and it's coming back because there's a lot of manipulation and the like. But the timing will depend, first, if there's the manipulation, when the manipulation stops, and second, if there are new layers of demand with a fixed supply, then the demand goes up. If one country says, I'm gonna introduce a strategic Bitcoin reserve, and the country is big, this clearly signals something. Even jurisdiction in the size of the United States say, we're gonna sanction and allow ETF on that very asset. Of course, it's a signal.
People will pour in.
It will pour in. So the element where this is triggered is the demand side. If there are new positive narratives, there might be new inflows. The end will be there, but when it comes, nobody knows.
Well, you mentioned that smart people, even when they know it's a bubble, but they'll still think. We have a smart person here. Greg, you have the final word. When is the bubble going to burst? When will you get out of your Bitcoin?
It's too late for that. It's already way down. But, but I don't think, I mean, it may burst again and again and again, but I think cryptos are here to stay.
Yeah.
And I think all we can do is embrace that. We shouldn't be in denial. Embrace that. Embrace the risks. Understand the risks. You know, put in the right regulation, or at least adjust existing regulation to cover the risks there. And you know.
Well, I won't challenge the 4 or 5 people in the audience who have Bitcoins when they're going to get out of it. But one never knows. But 10 seconds. Is there going to be a change of official attitude towards cryptocurrencies in the EU? I mean, you mentioned that America is changing, and there could be a strategic reserve, blah, blah, blah. Could that happen in the EU?
It depends on the crypto assets. So, as I said, you really have to, it's really important to distinguish between those that are unbacked, really risky.
So stable coin could alter the whole...
There is scope for European denominated stable coins already, and there might be a political change in the attitude.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. That's been fascinating. Good luck with 96,000. I don't know how many Bitcoins you've got. I mean, There's still potential.
Very, very little.
Jürgen, I think you're being very, very sensible myself. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now it's time for a coffee break. A. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. A.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make?
A.
The late nights.
A. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
Why? ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the
A.
people we
1, 2, 3,
ultimately
4.
serve.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Iron
A.
knows how to
1,
make
2,
your
3,
work mean
4.
more. After all, we've been protecting
1,
your
2,
most
3,
valuable
4.
assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways? By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
A. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
Elevate the power of your work.
Σήμερα, η ΕΛΠΕΝ είναι μία από τις μεγαλύτερες ελληνικές βιομηχανίες, χάρη στις σύγχρονες υποδομές της, τις πρωτοποριακές της έρευνες, την ισχυρή διεθνή δραστηριότητα και τη μοναδική συνεισφορά της στην εθνική οικονομία. Με όραμα να πρωταγωνιστούμε στην ανάπτυξη του ελληνικού φαρμάκου και να διευρύνουμε την παρουσία μας στις διεθνείς αγορές, δημιουργούμε για πάνω από 50 χρόνια θεραπείες που βελτιώνουν τη ζωή των ανθρώπων. Στοχεύουμε σε ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους και προχωράμε δυναμικά μπροστά. ΕΛΠΕΝ. Σταθερά στην κορυφή.
A healthier future. That's what drives us. And as the world evolves, so do we. For over 125 years, we have taken on some of the most complex challenges in healthcare. Listening and responding to the ever-changing needs of people around the world. We focus on the long term, leading investment in research and development, striving to improve lives today and for generations to come. We're advancing science to ensure everyone has access to the healthcare they need. Always innovating, we bring together dedicated people and diverse perspectives from across our global network, empowering each other to keep breaking new ground. But we can't do it alone. To succeed, we collaborate with each other, with our partners, with governments, with patients. Proud of what we do, we're here because we care. Our work creates a future where we all have more time with the people we love. That's what makes us who we are. That's what makes us Roche.
Create tomorrow. Start today. With new investment products backed by superior risk management. Asset management in a time of disruptive change. Financial well-being, accessible to all. Calabas. Today for tomorrow.
Λένε πως για να γίνεις καλύτερος, πρέπει να έχεις κάποιον να ξεπεράσεις. Στον Όμιλο Κουάλκο έτσι γίναμε καλύτεροι. Ξεπεράσαμε προκλήσεις, δουλεύοντας με όραμα. Ξεπεράσαμε εμπόδια, δουλεύοντας με γνώση. Ξεπεράσαμε τα δεδομένα της τεχνολογίας, δημιουργώντας τη δική μας. Και όταν ξεπεράσαμε και τα σύνορα της χώρας και γίναμε ένας όμιλος με διεθνές κύρος, δεν σταματήσαμε να γινόμαστε καλύτεροι για το καλύτερο όλων. Και ενοτομούμε διαρκώς την τεχνολογία, προσφέροντας λύσεις που δουλεύουν για όλους. Και δημιουργούμε αξία για την κοινωνία, επενδύοντας στη συλλογική πρόοδο. Πάντα ξεπερνώντας ακόμα και τον ίδιο μας τον εαυτό. Όμιλος Κουάλκο. Δημιουργούμε την τεχνολογία που μας πάει όλους μπροστά.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, ladies and gentlemen.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, παρακαλώ. Σε όλες τις γλώσσες, κυρίες και κύριοι, με μεγάλη μου χαρά σας παρουσιάζω τον κύριο Ενρίκο Λέτα, πρώην Πρωθυπουργό της Ιταλίας και πρόεδρο του Ινστιτούτου Ζακ Ντελόρ και τον συντάκτη της έκθεσης Λέτα, της τόσο επιδραστικής έκθεσης Λέτα αναφορικά με την ενιαία αγορά, και τον κύριο Γκίκα Χαρδούβελη, ο οποίος είναι ο πρόεδρος της Ελληνικής Ένωσης Τραπεζών. Είναι λοιπόν η ενιαία κεφαλαία αγορά κάτι παραπάνω από μια αγορά? Έχουμε μεταβατικό στο τέλος, το οποίο σημαίνει ότι υπάρχει μια αμφιβολία εδώ. Λοιπόν, θα ξεκινήσουμε με τον κύριο Λέτα. Να υπογραμμίσω ότι, και το ανέφερα πιο πριν, ότι ο κύριος Λέτα ήταν πρώην Πρωθυπουργός της Ιταλίας. Υπάρχει ένα ιδιαίτερο στοιχείο της Ιταλίας, το οποίο θα λέγαμε πουλά. Αν σκεφτείτε τους επιτρόπους που έχουν υπάρξει και...
And also very, very distinguished academics. Enrico is simply the last in a long line. I mean, I think of Mario Monti, I think of, who else do we have? Of course, Giuliano Amato as well.
Yeah. And Mario Draghi, of course.
And Mario Draghi, who has a competing, it's not a competing report, but if you think of the two big reports on EU reform at the moment, you've got the Lette report and the Draghi report. And I mean, Draghi, you can say, Mario Draghi saved the euro. Enrico is going to save the whole capital structure of the EU. Enrico, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, Nectaria, and really congratulations for the great organization. This event today is becoming more and more an incontournable, as the French say, European rendezvous for understanding better what is happening, elaborating ideas, and also is the demonstration of the role of Athens and Greece today. I want to say that I attended this meeting in the last 12, 13 years, and I saw the great recovery of Greece. And the fact that Greece today is playing an important role at European level on the different aspects, political, economic and finance. So thank you very much. I'm very pleased, and I would say I wish great success for the next years. I answer your question by saying that why is so important the financial market? Why is so important the integration of the capital market? For, in my view, a very simple reason. The fragmentation of Europe in 27 financial markets is one of the reasons why Europe is not competitive. There are so many elements demonstrating that. We are not competitive because we are 27 markets. Take, for instance, savings. Because of the fragmentation in 27 markets, each year, 300 billion euros of savings of the European people are flying to the US. They are strengthening the American economy because the American savings market is bigger than the European one. So they strengthen the American economy, the same American business that come back to Europe to buy European companies with our own European savings money. That is a little bit paradoxical. So fragmentation is a minus for us. Is the way to push our money out of Europe, is the way to push jobs out of Europe, is the way not to attract capitals from the rest of the world. So this is why I put at the center of my report on the future of the single market the integration of the financial markets. And I wanted to try to rebrand the entire exercise, changing the name. You can tell me that, but names are not the most important part of life. I think names are important. Names are fundamental. And the name of the integration of financial markets was Capital Markets Union. In the last 10 years, Nectaria, you organized many panels within this great event on the Capital Markets Union.
The Capital Markets Union definitely failed. Why? I think the main reason is because of Brexit. It failed because the idea of the Capital Markets Union, when it was launched in 2014, was to give Europe financial markets one capital, London. It failed. It failed because of Brexit. And there is not another London without London. So after Brexit, all the leaders and all the European countries struggled to get the financial capital. The French to have it in Paris, the Germans to have it in Frankfurt, the Dutch to have it in Amsterdam, the Irish in Dublin, the Italians in Milan, the Spaniards in Madrid. The result was a ridiculous battle to have something that is not there. So my point is we have to rebrand it. The brand that I proposed in the report is Savings and Investments Union, to clearly say that there are two big missions. First, to give European savers better returns through the unity of the single market on finance. Second, to create the bridge that doesn't exist today between savings and investments, because we need investments in Europe and we don't have investments in Europe. The rise of investments, of private investments, is the reason of the great success of the US in the last 10 years. They were very good in raising investment. Take what yesterday here from this stage, Acemoglu and Mitsotakis, they talked about AI. But the big success on AI is based on private investments in the US, because the financial market in the US is integrated and it is working very well. That is not the case in Europe because we are fragmented. I end up with just one image. When you start your initiative in the US, your financial initiative in the US, you start with the American passport. So you have the entire American system accessible for your initiative. When you start the same initiative in Europe, at the end of the day, we start with a national passport, not with a European passport. And the first obstacle you will get is not from the US or from China. You'll get the first obstacle from your neighboring country. Take what is happening on credit cards. We are all paying only with American credit cards. First of all, because they are good, so congratulations to the three, but also because we, the Italians, will never pay with a French credit card. The French will never pay with a German credit card. The Germans will never pay with a Spanish credit card. And at the end of the day, we are all happy to pay only with American credit cards, sending fees to the US, sending data to the US. Can you imagine what does it mean, fragmentation? Fragmentation means, on the financial markets, lack of competitiveness. In my view, this is the crucial issue today to foster investments and to be really more competitive.
Mille grazie. I thought it was excellent. I mean, you feel my pain about Brexit, clearly. Absolutely right. Gikas, the floor is, I know you have a presentation, so do you want to do it from here or put it as you like? And if you can keep it in 5 minutes, that's excellent.
I don't see the presentation.
Can you, is the presentation coming? Here we are.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, John. I'll talk about the same thing that Enrico mentioned from a slightly different angle in the Savings and Investment Union. I think the major obstacle is not so much savings, but investment. And the single market is a conduit for actually generating higher investment in the Eurozone. We all know that Europe, especially after the great financial crisis, lags behind the US, both in productivity and in GDP growth. And everybody understands there's a consensus that we need to invest more to become more productive and generate higher growth, and especially invest in the digital economy, in high technology. Financing is an issue. We want to have plenty of financing, but it's less of a constraint and less of a problem. And because we know that Europe saves a lot, and as Enrico just mentioned, it saves a lot, but the money leaves the Europe, goes to the US. It's financing the current account deficits of other countries. So it's not financing more investment, and that's exactly what we need to do. Raise investment, use the extra savings we already save, and plow it into domestic investment. And the European Investment and Savings Union aims exactly to rectify this disequilibrium, namely how to channel European savings into investment projects, European investment projects. And a well-functioning single market would do that, okay? Would raise more investment opportunities, would make companies grow bigger in size, have bigger projects. And we know from experience in the last 40 years that in the past, whenever Europe took big political projects, unification projects, investment actually went up. And I'll show you some graphs to justify this thing. And I'll start with investment. You see on the left is that there's a comparison with the EU, the US, and the UK for 2 decades, and how much they spend on investment in communication technology and research and development. And the US is spending 6% of its GDP, but Europe only 4%. And on the right, you see the productivity. The red line is the US productivity. After the great financial crisis, keep going up at a higher rate than in Europe. So I connect the two. We need to invest to be able to be more productive and grow faster. And that's really the aim. And when it comes to savings, on the left-hand side, there's a graph of the savings rate, that's the blue line, and on the orange line is the investment rate. You see that after the great financial crisis, there is a gap between the blue line, the savings, and the orange line, investment. We save a lot, but we don't turn it into more investment. Okay? So there is money out there, but it's just not being utilized. And in fact, and it's not the cost of investing. On the right-hand side, I have 2 graphs for different corporations, a comparison of the US with the European companies, and you see that the cost of funding is similar, whether you're a large company or a small company, you're a AA company or CCC company. So funding is not the primary issue, investment is the issue. And here is a graph that shows the barriers across our borders act as tariffs. And this is services in the year 2020. On retail, you have the smallest tax rates, about 60%. On accommodation, you have 320%. This is incredible. I mean, we worry about Trump and his tariffs, and we have higher tariffs in Europe. And it's the same thing for goods, a bit less, but that's the same story. And this actually gets reflected in the financial sector. Companies are segregated. There's fragmentation in the real markets. There is fragmentation in the financial market. And this graph shows whether banks have outside their border claims. After the Eurozone, somehow there was more unification, but after the great financial crisis, we're going back to our border. We're not outside. And as a result, the whole capital markets union started from the fact that we have a very small capital market in Europe. The Americans are dominating. We want a bigger capital market. And we say we are a bank-based economy. But when you look at our banks, we have small banks. On the right-hand side, I have that as of 2 days ago, July 1st, last Tuesday, the capitalization of the 10 largest financial groups in the world. There is only one European. It's not even now European, it's British. Now, it's not in the EU 27.
We like to think we're European.
Yeah. Okay. We call you European. So there are we don't have even large banks. And on the left-hand side, you see that these large financial groups are 1/5 the size of the technology companies. And there's no European technology company in the top 10, which again shows that we need to invest. And where do we need to invest? We need to invest in the technology sector. A question mark, can we do it? Can the effort now which is spearheaded with Enrico Letta and Mario Draghi and the Europeans, with this saving and investment union, can it do it? There is optimism, because if you look back in the previous 40 years, you realize that here, the graph here is the investment in the euro area, in the EU 27. When the single market happened in the 1980s, investment went up. When the euro was introduced, investment went up. When EU enlargement took place in the early 2000s, investment went up. And when the Europeans decided that, gee, we should issue a common bond and invest, we have the RRF, again investment went up. So perhaps this is the optimistic part. Perhaps we can do it, especially now that across the Atlantic, President Trump is working against what makes America great again, against R&D, against universities, against immigration, against the dollar itself, which gave it a great comparative advantage. We have a chance to become great again as Europe.
Thank you. And congratulations on going through all those slides very quickly. I'm very, very impressed and grateful. No, extremely good presentation, thank you. And interesting that you should actually point out the downside for America of what Trump is doing, because it could be our salvation. Enrico, I mean, capital reform has been going for 10 years or whatever. The single market is what, 30 years old, 3 decades old?
35.
Yeah, and it's rather, I mean, services have never really been tackled properly. Now, I know that's not slightly beyond the Letta report, it's more the Draghi report as well. But what is this nationalism the real problem?
But you know, there's an historic reason. It's not, I don't have time to go in history, but the historic reason is the fact that we launched the single market. The single market is 4 freedoms: goods, services, capitals, people.
Yeah.
And we started with the easiest, goods and people.
Yeah.
Then we decided to have the euro. And the political fatigue to get the euro was so big to convince the Germans to share the Deutsche Mark that we decided to postpone the other 2, services and capitals, to, I would say, absorb the euro integration. And then the financial crisis happened, because historically this is the point. And the financial crisis freezed everything, because it was so complicated and so painful, and you know what I mean, but I know what I mean, because Italy also was a very great victim of this crisis. And then after, it was so complicated to relaunch. So we lost 20 years. This is the key point. And losing 20 years, these 20 years are the same years in which the BRICS arrived, are the same 20 years in which the US started being competitive. So my point is that that was a big problem for Europe, to miss these 20 years. And today, we have absolutely to recuperate. What Gigas said now is absolutely fundamental. This point about investments is very good. And I want to maybe to end up on one proposal that is, for me, fundamental. I would be more than happy if from Athens this proposal can be, I would say, more Europeanly shared. And the proposal is the following one. Gigas presented a very good comparison between what can happen today and what happened with the euro and with the single market. Great investments at that time, we need the same investment. But what was the magic recipe of the single market and of the euro? Why we succeeded? For 2 reasons, I think. First, because it was not just a reaction to crisis. The single market and the euro were 2 positive projects with a long-term view. Second, because these 2 projects had binding deadlines. I insist on this point. The single market had this famous 1st January 93, the idea to enter the new Europe, the Europe of 92. By the way, you, the British, you played a fundamental role. We have to thank you so much.
You mean back to Lord Cockfield and so on?
The single market it was a great alliance between Thatcher and Delors.
Yeah,
The devil and the Holy Spirit. The devil was Thatcher, of course, and Holy Spirit was the Lord. But great alliance, and I think great gift to all of us, because the single market was a great success, but with this binding deadline. And the euro, the same. We had 3 phases with the final deadline of 1st January 2002. So my proposal is we need to have a set of deadlines to introduce the Savings and Investments Union. And I say that to Gigas because you are influential in your word, in Greece, but first of all in Europe. I am just a voice. I don't have any role. I can just speak and try to convince people. But your word is fundamental. If you push governments, European institutions, with your colleagues to say, hey, people, if we want to be serious, we need to put deadlines.
But are you encouraged by a change in the attitude of Germany? If we go back to Greece and the financial crisis, there Germany, Wolfgang Schäuble was so adamant that actually there would be a hard line on Greece and almost, let's chuck Greece out of the euro. Well, fortunately, that didn't happen. And now you can say that Greece really is a star performer economically and in terms of policy frameworks at the moment anyway. I mean, we have a new, first of all, now you have Euro bonds, EU bonds, which we didn't have before. That, I guess, was a reaction to COVID as well as other things. And that's surely a step. Now you've got the debt brake being released by Friedrich Merz. I mean, it's a change now in what is still, despite its rather sluggardly performance at the moment, still the leading economy in the EU. Is Germany something to look at in a positive way?
I think so. The economic reality is pushing Germans to behave closer to how the remaining of Europe behaves. But I guess my view is that to be able to unify, we need political unification too, which can start on the fiscal side. And it has already started, as you just mentioned, with common bonds. Yeah. It started with same targets when it comes to fiscal deficits. But that's something hard.
Mind you, the Maastricht convergence criteria did get sort of massaged away.
The Maastricht criteria, yeah, they had some real implications. They wanted countries not to have huge deficits. There was a 3% requirement that you couldn't do it. It didn't really go into the heart of the fiscal problem, which is we should have common taxation, for example, common tax rates. If you can agree on common tax rates, which means you agree on the real side of the economy, then you can talk about a more unified Europe. Then you can talk about common policies. Now we have defense. In defense now we're going to be, reality is pushing us. Now that America told us you were a free rider for 60 years, you have to pay for your own defense. Now all countries will spend. And perhaps we can use defense as a way of unifying, doing it as
good idea, yeah, absolutely. Enrico, the last word is going to be with you because we need to stop because the minister is here now. So you say that you only have a voice, but it's a very important voice. What's your deadline? If you look at your report, what came out last year,
April,
the tendency, the deadline was set for summer 2025. We're here now.
I wrote a paper on the Financial Times, not on The Economist, last week. But I wrote a paper in which I proposed 1st July 27 as the deadline that we have to put on Savings and Investments Union. To say we have 2 years to try to have some reforms, and then we enter also psychologically in this new phase. So for me, this 1st July can be a very interesting point, and it is important also because 1st July 27, you know what will happen. Greece will take the presidency of the European Union, so it's also a way, I think, if Nectaria will invite me again, we will be able in this July 27 to try to have the way in which this change will happen. But you know, we have to have in mind one political and psychological thing, because Gikas was very good in saying that there's a problem, a political problem. And the key point is that we have all the European countries, we need to be all aware of one fundamental truth. And the fundamental truth is the following one. The European member states, with the world of today, with China and India, you know that China and India, when the single market was created, they were economically big enough jointly as Italy. Can you imagine today they are 20 times Italy?
Absolutely.
In 30 years, what happened? The key point is that today the European member states are divided in two groups of countries. The small countries and the countries they don't know they are small. This is the key issue in Europe. We are all small countries in the world. And for me, this is the fundamental issue that we have to share. If we share this truth, we are able to do fantastic things together.
Mille grazie. That's fantastic. Now, Nectaria will have to forgive Gikas, who really wants to spend 20 seconds.
20 seconds. I'd say if we want to be unified, we need to think about governance in the European Union, and the veto power should go. So if we should find a way to be able to decide more quickly.
Yes, yes. The perils of unanimity, indeed. Yes. Gentlemen, it's been fantastic. Thank you so much. I wish we could have longer. Thank you, Gikas. That's terrific.
Thank you, John, and we go straight on to our next session, Odysseus. Come on. So, Odysseus Athanasiou, Chief Executive of Lambda Development. We're going to be talking about the wonderful Ellenikon project. I've been coming here every year for so long, and many years were frustrating because nothing was happening. We wondered whether this would ever start, but now things are indeed happening. I would encourage all of you, by the way, to look at the 360-degree presentation that is outside here, where you can see the works being done on the Ellenikon project. You really see it. But my question to you is, really, at what stage is it now? When will we actually see things being finished? They're being built, but when will they be finished?
Yeah. Actually, I'm characterized by a degree of optimism all the time, which I think is very much needed in order to complete a project like this. But I think we're just 2 years away from seeing life in Ellenikon, which means the coastline will be ready with residential, with the live beach, with the marina, the Galleria, and at the same time, sports venues and the park will be live. And we believe 27 is the first year that people are going to live there and enjoy what Ellenikon is all about.
Okay, well, we look forward to it. We'll hold you to that. So
I'm sure you will.
2027, okay, yeah. Same time as the European capital market will come into play, we'll see. When it comes, what will Athenians see or benefit from it? Because there's a lot of sense that some of these properties are very, very expensive. I gather the tower is already sold out, but obviously this is for the world's super rich. What about Athenians? What will they benefit from? How will they benefit from Ellenikon?
From the beginning, our vision was to create something that, yes, is going to have some high-class developments in a general sense of high class, landmarks, architectural, that will give pride to Greeks for that, but at the same time make it open to all Athenians. And specifically, we're creating one of the largest coastal parks in the world, open to everybody. We're creating a beach that people are going to swim more than 1 kilometer long. We're creating sports venues that actually are going to be ready even next year. In the summer of 26, people are going to be able to go to the field and track, to the soccer stadiums, to tennis, basketball, and enjoy this. We'll have a cultural center, and we'll have 45 kilometers of cycling and pedestrian pathways. And just to make a resemblance...
And that is open to all. That is
open to all. And to make a resemblance, think of Hyde Park, you know, taking the country of origin of economists. You have the area, let's say the south area, which is close to Kensington, Chelsea, the more expensive areas. And then you have the rest of the Hyde Park, as we go to Marble Arch, that is open to everybody. So imagine something similar. We could call it Hyde Park on the Aegean. We prefer to call it Zip Code Paradise. For the way
okay, well, either. However, I'm sure your branding experts will have a field day. But for you, I mean, this is, I think, the largest development project probably in Europe, an urban development project. It's an extraordinary site. What have been the lessons that you draw from attempting something so ambitious?
I'll tell you, I was watching a YouTube video some years ago with Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, saying that if I knew from the beginning what this is going to be about, I would never start it.
Yes.
I'm not sure we wouldn't start it. Probably we would start it, but we had many lessons. Think about it. We got it in 2014, being the preferred bidder. For the next 5 years, we had to develop all kinds of permitting skills, having an administration in Greece that was not so private, projects friendly and privatization friendly until 2019. So permitting was a big challenge. And then after 2019, when the new government came into place and was very, very friendly to private capital and privatization and developments, we had other kinds of problems. Don't forget that Greece was coming out of financial crisis. That means people had left the country. So we had to bring many people from abroad and persuade them that the change is coming. We had to bring international architects to believe in the vision. We had to find funding. And we had to survive in a construction market in Greece that was very weak, with an imbalance coming from demand being high from the public and private sector as the economy was coming back, but supply from the contractors being weak after all these years of weaknesses. And on top of this, add the COVID, the Ukraine war and the energy crisis that added to the costs a lot, and a shortage in labor supply because of all this situation in Greece. So it was a perfect storm, but we managed to be where we are today, developing through a crash course.
So what about the next one? Having gone through the experience that you would never have started, would you start another one? Another Ellinikon?
Yeah, actually, I think one of the things, except from, or on top of executing Ellinikon, is that we have created a company that, and you don't have many companies like this in the Western Hemisphere anymore. The development has moved, as you know, to the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, so forth, China, and all this. So now we have become a company that has built a lot of expertise in all areas of development. Permitting, as I said before, funding, all these things. Plus, we will develop a unit that is going to manage all its population, is going to live in Ellinikon and visit in Ellinikon, which is a very important skill to develop.
So today, Ellinikon, tomorrow the world, is that?
We go step by step. We prefer Europe and then...
Europe, okay. Last question for you, because our time is very limited and the minister's time is very limited critically. Once this is there for Athens, you say Athenians can enjoy it, but it will be a landmark for Athens. You know, you have the Acropolis, you have many wonderful things in Athens, but then you will have Ellinikon as well as a sort of flagship as well. How do you think this will have the potential, anyway, to change tourism in Athens?
In a big way. I'll tell you this, that even before starting Ellinikon, the perception for the Athenian Riviera has changed. There is a lot of demand for residential projects, but at the same time, we have an increase in tourism already coming and spending time in Athens before they move to the islands, as they used to do in the past. Based on studies, we expect at least 1 million more additional tourists to Athens. And if, you know, for us, it's very important. It has given us passion through the whole way, that it has added pride to Greeks that a big project is happening in this country after.
So do you think for Attica more broadly as well, it has a footprint?
Absolutely. Landmarks, international architects, the beach, the park. It's a center of attention for the whole world. Some people, you know, are enjoying this project with Dubai, have seen YouTube videos, not only Greeks. The only thing that and Dubai and Singapore were definitely aspirational for us. But one thing we aspire to be better is to have less cement. Instead of thousands of cubic meters of cement and concrete, we add living space, green space, and that's why, as I said, we call it paradise, art of living, all this. And we mean it. It's not just cliché.
Very good. Well, we'll keep looking at the progress. Next year, I'm sure we'll hear more, and the year after that, we hope to actually be there and see it. So,
I hope so too.
Very good. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we need a picture. We need a picture.
Okay.
Can't leave without a picture. Thank you. And I'm now going to hand over to Kostas, I think. Is that right? For the next session. Yes.
Thank you.
Ναι, μιλάνε πρώτα οι άλλοι, έτσι.
Όχι, δεν είπα. Δεν είναι 5 λεπτά και έλα αμέσως.
Α, οκ. Άρα έτσι, δεν είπαμε. Ωραία, ωραία, ωραία. Εντάξει, εντάξει. Καθίστε, καθίστε. Ωραία, μια χαρά είμαστε. Λοιπόν, καλή σας μέρα και από μένα. Είμαι ο Κώστας Μπαχλεμίτζος, δημοσιογράφος στην ΕΡΤ και στα παραπολιτικά. Σας καλημερίζουμε όλους σε αυτήν την πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα συζήτηση με πολύ ενδιαφέρον πάνελ. Πρέπει να τρέξουμε πολύ γρήγορα, γιατί ο χρόνος του Υπουργού είναι πολύ περιορισμένος, οπότε θα δώσουμε πρώτα το λόγο και στη συνέχεια θα χρειαστεί να αποχωρήσει. Πολύ σύντομα, να ξέρετε πολύ καλά, αυτό το πάνελ αφορά την ελληνική φαρμακοβιομηχανία, το παρόν και το μέλλον και πώς μπορεί να συμβάλλει έτσι περαιτέρω στην ελληνική.
It can contribute further to Greek economy, to the production of good jobs and many more that pharma does, you know, better than us, all of us. Many Greeks ask, what does this country produce? It produces a lot of things, amongst which drugs, innovative drugs, and a lot of exports. So we have Adonis Georgiadis, Minister of Health, Theodor Trifon, President, Pan-Hellenic Union Pharmaceutical Industry, Vasilis Kodozamanis, former alternate Minister of Health, and Dimitris Demos, President and Chief Executive of Demo, Vice President, Pan-Hellenic Union of Pharmaceutical Industry. Sorry for speaking so fast. I need to give the floor to Mr. Georgiadis. Deeply sorry for the speed of my presentation. We have a bill in Parliament. We will have the opposition talking about it, so we'll have to talk to them. I'm very glad that I see Mr. Jeffrey Pyatt amongst the audience. Now he doesn't have the position. I need to say that Mr. Pyatt was an exceptional personality promoting the Greek-American relations. And Mr. Pyatt, I want to thank you for the Elefsina shipyards, an investment that wouldn't have been completed without the contribution of the embassy and the American government and our contributions. I see Mr. Manolopoulos, the president of EOF. I want to thank him for our cooperation until now, and I look forward to future cooperation. And and we will have Mr. Sapounas from Monday on, who will succeed him. And at your question, besides the millions of sheep we have in Greece, we produce a lot of drugs as well. For its size, is a superpower on the production of drugs. 12% of the European drugs is produced in Greek plants. The Greek pediatrics of pharma industry, Pavlos Giannakopoulos, the father of Dimitris Demos, Stavros Demos, Pandafrangas, the late Pandafrangas, and all general these people that made Greek pharma made us proud because they gave to our country added value. What does the government do, though? Even though it doesn't sound pleasant to some ears, this government has specific policies and actions and has contributed decisively for the future and present of Greek pharma industry. We did that with the investment clawback. I voted as a minister back in 2019, we incentivized and motivated investment of 1.6 billion euros. For example, if you go to Tripolis, you will see there a lot of constructions from Demos, Faran, and other pharma industries that are built simultaneously and make Tripolis the capital of Greek pharma industry. In Attica, we have a lot of plants and factories that have built and renovated through clawback. Via Nex, for example, Rafarm, Mrs. Chetty Pharma, all these companies have used this investment clawback. They have created new factories, adding in the years to come new jobs for Greece, increasing our exports. I give you an example. For our foreign friends, a company from abroad, Beringer, decided to use this tool and increase exports from Greece from 200 million to 2 billion. That will increase more from the innovation of the new factory that is built near the airport. All these are results of the investment clawback we voted and the incentives, and of course the Pfizer in Thessaloniki that does not produce medicines, but it is in the greater framework of investments in pharma industry. All these are results of the government strategy, which continues. Even though the investment clawback finishes, we have announced its evolution with for 3 more years with money, funds from the budget. So we build solid foundation, and we believe that Greece cannot be only a tourist country, but also production country.
We designed the investment clawback together, and he was the first one to sign it together with Deputy Minister Skylakakis. So, dear Minister, Mr. Papaklemitsos is here, he's our witness. Please evaluate the following. 32 billion euros coming from the RRF. Which has been the most effective and the most delivering one amongst all other programs? So you have been proven right. I have Mr. Kotosamanis here in the panel. Vasilis Kotosamanis, my friend, played a very important role in order to deliver the investment clawback at his time, during his spell at the Ministry of Health. Yes, the investment clawback has been by far the most successful investment tool that the Greek government can establish in terms of funds and yield. This industry has been dynamic already. I'm not saying that this sector has been built by our government. No, it has been dynamic already. Drugs represent the biggest export in Greece, with the exception of petrol products. So it's very important for a politician after 5 years' time to see what they have signed 5 years ago to be turned into a factory. I will go to Tripolis. So you have been proven right, both yourself and Mr. Kotsamanis. You have some big buildings there. I want to see them. And we have to continue. Ending. Pharmaceutical policy. We have placed things in order. Now we're going to have the new ministerial decision on the generics. Whatever I say is delivered, is being delivered. The big interruption that will be introduced this year, with the exception of the AMCA number, because first we have to make the clearing of the financial statements of 2024, because Mr. Himonas is here. So this active AMCA number or inactive AMCA will be introduced after the statements are completed. There is one more step we have thought of in the ministry, and we have to implement it, which is the following. Within the e-prescription platform, we will introduce a filter, a screening, to change the NDGs to ICD-10s, which means an annual saving of some 300 million euros. We're talking about drugs that we are just throwing in a dustbin because no patient can use them simultaneously. So this will go live in 2025, so we can have substantial savings, and in combination with the additional funds from the Ministry of Finance, plus the innovation funds contributions, we will build a sustainable environment for Greece, which means that we will be able to welcome novel treatments in Greece, which was not the case in the past, and at the same time we will have this fiscal space for the market to operate smoothly without detriment to the companies. Mr. Trifon, Mr. Demos, you represent the pharma industry. If these things are implemented, and they will be implemented by October, and I'm saying by October because there was a concern in the pharma industry with what I told you before. We asked for one month more because we couldn't deliver. I'm not irrational. I understand there was a technical difficulty. Next week, we're going to have a discussion and online meetings between the technical crews and the SFE, the Pan-Hellenic Pharmaceutical Company Association, in order to identify the bottlenecks. We will give some days more, so no company is feeling as if we are giving them a hard time. But I think that this will be introduced by October in the e-prescription platform, so we can help both the patients, ourselves, and the companies. It's a win-win solution because e-prescription and digital health allow us both to implement this reform, and we won't lose the opportunity. This is a question. Yes, I said, Petafragas is alive, so my mistake. Thank you. Apologies. Mr. Petafragas is still alive, of course. The bill is the one about tobacco and alcohol being sold to minors. Yes, it's about the abolition. It's about forbidding the sales of tobacco and alcohol to minors. I see Vasilis Milionis there. In this, pharmaceutical cannabis is included in this big reform of ours, and I think Greece can be a star on that. What about funding? We will save money, so there's no need for additional funds. Thank you very, very much. I'm leaving. Thank you very, very much. Of course, he has to go to the parliament, and there's also always a priority. Let's go on with our discussion. I would like to thank the minister. Let's move on now to the questions directly. I think the introduction has been properly delivered by the minister. Dear President, let's start with you, Mr. Trifon. Let me ask you, how do you evaluate, how do you assess the policies on pharmaceutical medicaments and pharmaceutical products over the past years, and whether there has been progress or whether there are delays? I'd like to thank the economist and Nectaria for the kind invitation once again. What we heard the past 3 days, and it's been discussed over the past period, that for the very first time after many, many decades, we have a volatile environment. Europe has to rewrite its narrative, both in terms of, say, security, competitiveness, energy, and about the new productive and social model. and the new social paradigm for Europe for the coming 30 years. That's a debate that started before COVID, before the COVID pandemic, because of the prevalence of China and the US. It was accentuated after the COVID period. And of course, given the latest developments, the issue remains pending, given the tariffs, the energy issues. So this debate is ongoing and creates concerns. So we have to set some European and national constants in this context. Both the Prime Minister and Mr. Ratsemoglu, the professor, mentioned that yesterday, that in democracies it is important to take measures that promote European unification, but the citizens and our societies have to be placed first. So, Greece, as mentioned many, many times, dear Nectaria, in the previous panels, Greece faces a big investment gap. No matter how we say that the picture is better fiscally, in terms of political stability compared to where we were 10 years ago. Yes, but looking ahead, we have an investment gap of 12 to 15 billion euros, up to 15 billion euros, some 6% of our GDP. And we are also service dependent. So manufacturing doesn't contribute that much to GDP production. So unless we resolve these problems, we will go back to some bailout agreement once again, simply said. So unless we do that, that's very austere, very concrete. You didn't say that things will go worse. You went straight to a new bailout agreement. I'm not doubting what you said. Yes, it's math. It's the maths. Given the mathematical, the figures and the demographics, unless we solve the competitiveness issue and the export-import balance deficit, the trade deficit, we won't avoid that. So there are some specific decisions to be taken. That's why I mentioned RRF before. Any kind of private or public funds have to be prioritized to where we have highest added value. FDIs or not, they have to go there. For instance, the pharmaceutical industry is one of these sectors. That's why I said before that the RRF amounts to 32 billion euros. If the Ministry of Finance makes a survey, unless we are the first, I think we are one of the top three sectors using these 300 million euros we were given. I'm talking about monies leveraged, our own money leveraged by that with the highest return. And I'm saying that because it's the truth. Maybe other programs have to do with improvement of facilities, infrastructure, hospitals. Yes, it's important. It is important for every euro to be invested, for every euro used to be invested in productive sectors. Of course, the government contributed to that. The investment clawback is a non-partisan measure, a supra-partisan measure, because we have to rely on domestic production. We're waiting for this program to be expanded even more because of its added value, and we are waiting for new incentives to be introduced, both for Greek and foreign companies, in order to invest more heavily in Greece, in collaboration with Greek companies. For instance, we have R&D programs. If we have synergies or common projects of common interest by Greek and foreign companies, we can have this kind of discounts and support. So there are many, many things to be done in this regard. The investment clawback is constant, and the other thing is what all companies have. Energy costs, bureaucracy, urban planning, spatial planning, actually, it's very, very important for the industries and the manufacturing sector. It's being discussed as we talk right now. Also, the reskilling and upskilling issue. All these things will create an investment-specific ecosystem for the pharmaceutical industry that can become the compass for other sectors as well. Now, moving on to next speaker. I think Mr. Demos, we used to have another slogan in the past. Greece is more than Athens. I think you're turning this motto into a tangible reality, right, with your investments in Tripoli. So what is the social and financial footprint of pharmaceutical companies when they operate in specific areas? And because of the fact that you operate in the Greek countryside, how can this play a role in moving forward with regional development? First, I would like to thank you for the invitation, because every year we keep on saying that we have some specific conditions, circumstances. Yes, this is the case. But every year we have different circumstances and they are equally specific. So seizing the opportunity from the discussion on the benefits reaped deriving by the investment clawback of 2019, allow me to say that the Greek pharmaceutical industry has invested more than 700 million euros already. We will exceed 1 billion euros soon. This program, the investment clawback, apart from the fact that it affects 20 research centers and productive facilities, generates growth in the countryside. Up to 2019, 90% of all plants or manufacturing units were located in Attica, Pikermi, Koropi, Krioneri, or along the Attiki-Odos axis. Currently, we have development and construction orgasm across Greece. We have in Tripolis, we have in Yanina the new health plant. We have new productive units to be built in Thessaloniki alongside a research center in Thermi, owned by a Greek company, plus the Pfizer-owned one in the airport area. We have another unit in Patras, in Trikala. We have the factories being built in Tripolis. If we add also the pharmaceutical cannabis projects, we also have one more in Corinth. So currently, the pharma industry is building units everywhere. And this is very important because it has a big social footprint and a very, very small and minimal environmental footprint, the two extremes. As far as the environment is concerned, the competent minister has categorized pharmaceutical plants as those of low nuisance to the social fabric. We're talking about low noise, no waste. All these parameters hit bottom. Let me give you an example. We have the Krioneri unit of ours. Every day we check the chemical composition of our waste. This composition, if it and we're talking about more than 200 tons daily. So in terms of particles and specific chemical substances are 50 times lower than the ones you can find in rainwater. So I would say that our sewage system cleans the sewage pipelines. Our system cleans the sewage system more than the sewage pipelines of the competent company. In Tripoli, we have 2 new units being built 3 years ago. Currently, we have 2 more buildings being built, one by Faran and one by Winpedica, owned by Elpen Group, and we're waiting for 2 more. These plants, on their own, will create 2,000 direct jobs, and based on EOV studies, the indirect jobs will amount, if we add the indirect jobs, we're talking about some 8,000 jobs in total, 6,000 indirect, 2,000 direct jobs. And this city hosts 30,000 residents. So some 30% of the local population will be involved one way or another with pharmaceutical industry in the region. Let alone the fees and the wages, okay, because that's something else. Maybe that's something that a competitor could give good salaries to these people. But we're talking about jobs in clean places, in good, in a good environment, because humanly speaking, we have people working in a beautiful environment, trained continuously, and jobs that are well paid, of course. So we are creating jobs that have nothing to do with the current jobs you can find in the countryside. There is increasing interest on behalf of the youngster, because one of the things we faced, one of the concerns we had when we went to Tripolis was that people there didn't have the stimuli so that they direct their children towards this or that direction. And the only way out for youngsters, if they weren't to get into the agricultural sector, was to go to Athens. So we went to Tripolis, the Pan-Hellenic Association of Pharma Industries. We hosted events of vocational guidance, and the amphitheater of 600 seats was full. It was a sold out, and we were invited to host more events. So the youngsters were so interested in working in the pharma industry, of being trained in this field. And alongside the Ministry of Education, we will have the first SAE, the first school to be established in Tripoli for people working in the pharma industry. It will be a specialized school. So we're talking about an ecosystem which goes well beyond just a manufacturing unit built on a specific plot. We aim at turning Tripolis at the pharma hub of Europe. That's a very important development. So, taking this occasion, given that we have people looking, watching us, and maybe youngster, please, Mr. Manolopoulos at the Democritian University, we have to encourage your students towards this direction, towards this discipline. They have many to earn. Mr. Kotosamanis.
Enrico Letta was here. He has deposited a report on European competitiveness. Let's see that for drugs. How can we enhance the competitiveness of European and Greek pharma industry in an environment where competition is quite hard? Thank you, Mr. Papachlimidis. First of all, we need to see how this environment is today in Europe, because we constantly talk about clawback expenditure. We need to focus on investments and the development dimension of the health sector in general, and the contribution of the sector in Greek economy. The pandemic was a turning point with regard to healthcare systems. All these last years, systems emphasized on chronic diseases, and then we had the pandemic. We were not prepared, the states and the industry as well. And during the pandemic, we had the introduction of HERA. We all remember what happened during that period. The whole planet expected the planes from China for drugs. Now we produce masks, and we competed back then who will get more. Since you talked about competitiveness, I will refer to Mario Draghi report and of Nivi, the former president of Finland, for the readiness and preparation of Europe against military and non-military threats, that give us an idea of how industry should operate. The main issues for the health sector are geopolitical instability. We see what is happening with USA and China with tariffs imposed. We all know that pharma industry gets raw material from China and India. Do you imagine if we had further conflict between Pakistan and India, what could have happened in the supply chain? Mr. Dimos builds a factory for raw material, so we are part of the map. So we need to create conditions for autonomy, self-sufficiency, and competitiveness. We have to focus on microbial resistance, cybersecurity, and climate crisis, food safety. All those influence supply chain and the health of our citizens. And cybersecurity, there is a lot of discussion about defense and security at EU level. There is an effort now on biosecurity, the dual use of a technology, of a product for military and non-military purposes. All these create an environment full of challenges, and I believe that in this turbulence and instability, it is an opportunity for Greece and the rest of Europe to become competitive, be self-sufficient and autonomous. And there we have the Greek pharma industry. I need to say once again, we are proud of that. During the pandemic, the Greek pharma industry provided other countries with basic medicines. It helped not only the country but the rest of Europe in this framework. We need to give incentives that have to do with encouraging at European level supply chain and give incentive. We need to give incentives for R&D. It's not only health clawback and pharmaceutical expenditure. We need to give incentives for investment. The clawback is a tool, but it is important to see how to decrease clawback, because it's to the detriment of the whole system, the pharma industry and our citizens. We need to have an overall approach. We know how to do it. In the priorities of the EU, as highlighted repetitively by Mrs. von der Leyen for her new term, is the implementation of a strategic plan for the development of medical countermeasures to deal with the threats. Well, we exported medicine during the pandemic. It's a tool for also for external policy. Mr. Trifon, since we are amid important international developments, the supply chains are influenced. We know what happened with Houthi and the Hormuz Straits, how that can influence Greece to be self-sufficient in basic medicines. What can we do with that? From one moment to the next, we cannot change difficulties of years. Last week, we had a meeting in the framework of medicines for Europe. The members of this company supply 70% of medicines in Europe, and the question was the same for all member states. How can we be more autonomous and self-sufficient? A lot of measures are taken towards various directions. This very moment, Europe has mobilized itself after defense, has Critical Medicines Act. We have Greece with Mr. Angelis, these critical medicines that need to be produced in Europe. This is a first step forward. We need to expand the list. We need to see under what conditions we will have a group of medicines, whatever what, will be produced in Europe. We need an overall policy, incentives for the productions to change the supply medicine system. In the last 20 years, since they are important from India and China, we have a balance which is negative. The second part has to do with the reform of the European pharma policy. How, on the one hand, we will give incentives for investments and innovation in Europe, and on the other hand, when a patent expires, to have medicines to reshore medicines in Europe. We saw the phenomenon after the production of generics. Some of the funds were directed to new medicines, but this deindustrialization that happened in the previous years was to the detriment of the economy. As a member and president of PEF, the minister is not here, but we want to thank him. He has taken measures to have a rational system of medicine supply, but a lot needs to be done. And I say the following: since there is a funding gap in medical expenditure between 2020, some of this gap has been filled. But since I see that this gap still remains, all the interested parties should act in synergy so as with a few funds of the system to have a better allocation and rationalization. The extras of the companies, even though we have clawbacks, are huge, and we need to tackle that. Mr. Demos, let's see that in a wider framework. What are the main challenges of the Greek pharma at European and international level, and what is your vision in the years to come, in the next 10 years, let's say? I would say that medium and small pharma industries that don't look into the international developments are doomed to fail, because the environment may favor investment but does not favor the sale of added value of medicines, the advanced generics, we call them. So it is our obligation to grow businesses, to see what is happening internationally. With regard to international environment, after the election of Trump, we see a lot of challenges the European Union has to tackle immediately. We had the pandemic, which emphasized local production and supply chains. But COVID finished 3 years. 3 years. 3, more or less, yes. Critical Medicine Act is in discussion. Okay. Even today, Critical Medicines Act is a title without having decisions on what it means in reality. Investing in local pharma industries, incentives to purchase European and local products. Beyond COVID, we could see a second case. We have the war in Ukraine that creates an emergency in Europe for funding our defense, and at the same time, we have the elections of Trump, which causes tariffs, and he has said about medicines that the prices in America are quite high, so we need to drop the prices in Europe. And what he says also that we need to introduce tariffs. 90% of medicines used in America come from India. According to his thinking, is to impose tariffs, high tariffs, in imports of medicines. By imposing tariffs means that the plants of India will turn the excess capacity to Europe. If we don't react and protect the European pharma industry, after the tariffs of Trump, we will see the destruction of pharma industries. They will do dumping because they will have to sell their product somewhere. That reminds me 2011, when we used to say in Greece that Goldman Sachs collapsed, but we didn't have American bonds, but we were the first to enter memoranda. So we don't care what Trump does in India, but we will need to see what the tsunami will bring after that. We have a lot of discussions. We have active role as pharma industry and PEF, so we will have fast developments in order to have what is not a taboo but a protectionism in European pharma industry. We are in the right way, but the challenge is to take decisions fast to see growth. We are about to finish. We have just a few minutes. Mr. Kotozamanis. We talked about the pandemic all these past years. 4 years, okay, it lasted until 2023. So these 3 years after the pandemic, what are the lessons learned? In order to be ready with regard to healthcare, our country, with regard the lessons learned from managing the pandemic, well, we had a successful management of the pandemic. We showed resilience. And the Greek industry helped a lot towards this direction because we had a normal flow of products in the Greek market, and we exported to other European states. The lessons learned have to do with what I said earlier. We need to be autonomous, self-sufficient, and competitive. R&D leaves Europe and goes towards the United States. Small companies of biotechnology go to the United States. We need to bring them back to Europe. Has to find a way to bring these industries back. Mr. Demos talked about Ukraine and what is happening with the threats, radio-nuclear threats, so we need to stand on our feet and be prepared for new epidemics and pandemics. We had recently an exaggeration of a pandemic, so that means that we haven't finished with all these adversities. So our systems need to be resilient and meet the needs of the time. So we should not talk only about clawbacks, but take other actions to make a resilient healthcare system to be able to tackle future threats. I want to highlight once again big issues have to do with cybersecurity, microbial resistance, and for me is quite important our country to have a biobank, so with genomics to have the necessary data so as to be able to design substantial health policies in our country. And I need to add something that has to do with HERA. Efforts are made at European level to support R&D and industry. We have HERA Invest, where HERA has given funds in a Fab and Tech company that focuses on biosecurity. So security is of paramount importance. There are other tools as well. This initiative for basic medicines, and before the pandemic, the Medicines Agency approved drugs. Now it follows the deficit in medicines. Things change. We are at a better position than in the past, and the lessons learned by the pandemic are our guide to be more efficient in the future. amid all this, we need to highlight and communicate that local production can cover, especially in the next 2 years, the needs of 70% of Greece in medicine. So we need to have a policy to use all the systems, to use these medicines to create space for the other 30%, HTA, and how it is reimbursed, because we talk about new specialized medicines. So we have genome treatments, which is important. The second part is that we need to focus, all of us, Europe, to understand that need to reorientate itself. What I hear all these past 2 months are not quite optimistic. I see in the pharma industry is an investment vehicle to be able to deal with China and the United States. If we don't do that and become autonomous and self-sufficient, we will lag behind other big powers. Thank you all, and we thank economists, Nectaria, Panagiotis, all those who have worked for this organization, and I give the floor to John Andrews.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Κυρίες και κύριοι, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames, messieurs, Sedeti with Sedeti, it's a pleasure now to move to unlocking Greece's potential as a life sciences innovation hub. So some big words there. Life sciences covers an awful lot of things, and they're all rather important. I'd like to ask Ilona Torontali, Global Head of Pharma Pricing and Reimbursement from Roche, to come here. Hi, Ilona. And Panos Kanovos. Now, Panos, I can see you there, so the connection is working. And who is the Associate Professor of International Health Policy, Deputy Director at the LSE Health, and Marios Themistokliou, the Deputy Minister of Health, Government of Greece. And it's good to see you, Deputy Minister. Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, look, this is a free word.
You were very good with my name.
Was I?
Yeah.
Well, that's probably a mistake. I mean, well, yeah, I could be in the middle. Well, let's change things around. Let's do this like this way. That's fine. As I said, life sciences cover an awful lot of things, and as I get nearer and nearer to my demise, I think to myself, life sciences are incredibly important. We only have 30 minutes, so let's see if we can use them wisely. Ilona, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure and an honor to be here. My name's Ilona Torontali. I'm the Vice President of Pricing and Reimbursement at Roche in our global headquarters in Switzerland. So I'll make a few remarks. I first of all want to thank the economists for including me in this distinguished panel. We're here today, of course, to talk about unlocking Greece's potential as a life science innovation hub. But our discussion today goes way beyond mere investments in a country's healthcare system to more fundamentally, how do we drive growth through the creation of active and healthy populations? It's really clear to me, and I think you've been hearing this in quite a few of the panel discussions over the course of this week, medical innovation is absolutely essential for healthy and productive societies. And there's an excellent McKinsey report that demonstrated that for every single dollar invested in healthcare, it's possible to achieve a $4 economic return, which is why we need to look at investment in health as an investment, not just a cost. And it's part of a sustainable future for any economy, including the economy of Greece. And the benefits of innovation also extend far beyond individual patient health. So if you look at pharmaceutical innovation, and I'm both a pharmacist, a former payer, as well as a pharmaceutical industry executive today, I would say when we look at population health benefits, contributions to morbidity and mortality, you can see that it's estimated that 35% of the increase in life expectancy between 1990 and 2015 has been generated through the innovation that's come from the life science sector. And this is really critically important. A Y4 study, we're partnering with Y4 at Roche, showed significant GDP contributions from our medicine. So it's not just about keeping people healthy, keeping people at work, and actively contributing to economic growth and societal well-being. I think it's really important as well to look at economic growth as created through investment in R&D. To invest in R&D, you need to keep pace with the standard of care, which means you need to have timely access to innovative and life-saving pharmaceuticals. And then you look at partnerships, public-private partnerships, and how critical they are. And I'm really proud of my Roche Greece colleagues. They've done some excellent work around improving patient experiences through patient support programs, which really looks at how to deliver improved care through pilots such as one conceived of and supported by Roche Hellas, designed by EY Greece, to really look at allowing at-home administration of treatment, moving people from high-cost in-hospital care to ambulatory care in the community where they have improved quality of life and good outcomes. I think the other thing that's really important, and it's been so phenomenal to hear about the investment strategies of Greece in life sciences and beyond. A company like Roche, and we're just one player in the industry, but we are a large multinational company, we invested 13 billion Swiss francs into R&D in 2024 alone. In Greece, 2,300 patients have been enrolled in Roche clinical trials between 2015 and 2025. And even today, we have 144 investigation centers participating in clinical research. So why is that important? Obviously, clinical research is just a part of this ecosystem conversation. What do we need? We're going to talk about this in the panel today. We need conditions that really support that ongoing investment, including readiness to adopt innovation. We need to have timely access to that innovation as well. And we need to look at removing barriers. What is keeping Greece maybe from being as competitive internationally as it needs to be? You've made significant improvements in your economic environment, but there's more that can be done. And just a few more things to say, I think, before I hand it back. Even though our industry contributes well beyond clinical trials, the current investment clawback mechanism, which the former panel or the previous panel spoke about as well, it has too narrow a scope. We can't see the recognition for eligible investments that really should be included in how we look at the contributions that the industry makes. So to unlock Greece's potential as an investment destination, we recommend a holistic approach to pharmaceutical policy. It must have an adequate and fairly allocated budget and create an environment that ultimately is conducive to investments from local companies and also from international headquarters as well. In closing, I would say prioritizing policies that foster that innovation, recognizing healthcare as an investment, encouraging ongoing sustainable investment from the life science sector really can build not only stronger economies, but healthier populations and a prosperous future.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. Panos, the floor is yours, the virtual floor, all the way from, are you in London or?
Yes, Chair, I'm in London, so good morning from London.
You are at the moment pretty quiet. Can you put the sound up?
Can you hear me? I've maxed it out.
Bit more? I think the technology is not, it's very quiet.
It's very quiet. Is it better?
That's better, yeah, it's getting better.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect now, thanks.
So, very good. Thank you, Chair. Ευχαριστώ, Πρόεδρε. Θα συμφωνήσω με αυτά που είπε η κυρία.
I would agree with what Mrs. Torontali just mentioned, especially when she said that health is wealth. I agree with that. But my argument I would like to share with you in my brief intervention is that unlocking Greece's potential as a life science innovation hub goes through a properly managed pharma policy and
of the language of Thucydides and Aristophanes and Euripides and so on ended when I was at school, and sadly that was a very long time ago. So if you just let me hang on just a second, I'll put the headphones on. And now we are, oh no, that's a clicker there, that's the wrong thing. This one would work, I think. And now we're in business. Thank you.
Ready.
Yep.
Ωραία. Συνεπώς, the argument I will share with you in this brief intervention of mine is that unlocking Greece's potential as a life science innovation hub goes through the properly managed pharmaceutical policy and the balance, the equilibrium between the policy targets on health and the industrial policies for the pharmaceutical sector. Let me place this discussion in the right context, and that's why I'm making reference to the goals of a system on this system. Our aim should be the macroeconomic efficacy, which means that we have to include that in our annual budget. We also have the microeconomic effectiveness when it comes to the right allocation of funds. Third objective, equality, in the sense that all citizens have to have timely access to drugs. Fourth, rational use of drugs, which includes proper use of the drugs so that the dosage, the selection of the drugs should be according to the instructions, and last but not least, to the extent there is industrial activity, and as I heard before, there is such an activity right now, and this will continue, and also Mrs. Torontali also mentioned that. So be it in R&D or production of drugs, we have to have an industrial policy in place. So some comments on my approach to the performance of Greece and some proposals in respect to cover some of the weaknesses currently, to cover some of the gaps that currently exist. Let's start with the last bit, industrial policy. Let me use some of the words of Mrs. Torontali. Greece could become a life science innovation hub, of course, but apart from a favorable statutory framework, in order for this to happen, we have to have a change of mindset so that the regulator, which is the National Drug Organization, the hospital management and the regional service agencies have to collaborate more quickly in order to approve trials. This kind of activities are international, multicentric, and represent a very competitive arena. And we have countries with a very favorable framework and a well-trained medical community and the right collaborative mindset are the ones that can attract big investments. For instance, Belgium. Belgium has been very successful over the past 10, 15 years in this regard. Recently, Poland has been highlighted as a very successful country in attracting such investments. But it's not just the clinical trials. It's also about using the local potential of Greece in research and discovery of new innovations. The Pfizer investment in Thessaloniki is indicative in this regard, and more should follow, accompanied with incentives in order to be attracted to Greece. And there is one more dimension when I talk about industrial policy, which is very, very important for Greece. I'm talking about domestic manufacturing capabilities. That's something you discussed before. These manufacturing capabilities are very, very important in order to have a supply of the fundamental drugs and for the supply of the active substances in order to have what we call security of supply. Ongoing support of the local capabilities goes through the production of generics, which will allow quick penetration of generics in the market. Taking into account the difference of cost between brands, prototypes and generics, of course, this means huge savings for the national health system, apart from the support to the local industry. Now, going to the health policy objectives at the macro and micro level of efficacy. Talking about the macroeconomic efficacy, over the past years, Greece has been implementing a very strict limitations on the budgets. These budgets are always being exceeded, and the industry has to return back this excess through the so-called clawback mechanism, which has been increased significantly over the past years. Of course, this is a counter-incentive for the industry to invest more in Greece. But let me make the following comment. Although focus is given to the price of drugs, there is no control to the volume of drugs prescribed. My research team at the LSE has carried out an audit of the pharmaceutical legislation of the past 15 years in order to identify that the interventions are too often, sometimes contradictory, and more often than not, the initiatives taken sometimes are being reversed, and sometimes they have been cancelled. So the impression we got out of that is that the healthcare system manages a very tight budget, always trying to be within these limits, but what it manages more is the excess that affects other stakeholders of the system, and this is something that has to change. Many of the things that have to be done go through the microeconomic efficacy, and I will make a comment about that right now. Now, talking about the microeconomic effectiveness, the criterion of efficiency, clinical and financial efficiency, is not valid in Greece. No, regardless of its mentioning in the legislation, there's no threshold of efficacy. No new drugs are priced unless there is this drug is assessed in 5 countries of the EU, the so-called 511 criterion. The HTA committee that was established back in 2018, and that was a correct move, and hopefully it will deliver more, doesn't offer its reports publicly. So we cannot understand how the assessment of these new drugs takes place. The assessment committee is not responsible to apply the so-called prescribed guidelines, which then will be incorporated in the Hellenic e-prescription platform. The e-prescription platform on its side cannot diversify the prescription depending on different drugs with different indications. So the system keeps on overpaying for many drugs, especially the ones that have multiple indications. So there are many weaknesses here, things that have to be remedied. Now, another study by my team in LSE that will go public soon analyzes the findings of the HTA reports in Greece, France, and Italy, if I heard correctly, according to which Greece approves with no limitations more than 75% of new drugs, according to the EMA indications, and enforces some mild limitations to the remaining 25% of new drugs, focusing mainly on aspects such as duration of treatment, environment of administration, etc., and not the eligible subpopulations, which is the case in other countries where they have a reliable assessment system. In France and the UK, the state of affairs is completely reversed. 25% of new drugs are approved with no constraints, and the remaining 70-75% is being approved subject to population limitations or declined up to 12%. Of course, the lack of capabilities to apply population-specific limitations affects e-prescriptions and the budget. Some of the weaknesses above will be settled if the government finalizes its effort to reform the HTA the HTA committee and the negotiations committee and aligning the assessments with the European regulation on HTA, and ending one thing about equality and the rational use of drugs. With respect to equality, although access to new drugs, as far as I can tell, is good in our country, the burden of the co-payments, money paid by the patients, is often very high, especially for the elderly patients and the vulnerable population groups. It's too much, and that's something that the government has to reconsider. Last, as far as the rational use of drugs is concerned, the lack of prescribed guidelines and the very rare monitoring or surveillance of prescriptions leave room for exceeding the budget and exaggerations, to put it like that. All in all, the pharmaceutical policy has to be characterized by the various features. A, realism. Second, consistency. Predictability and stability. Viability and access to drugs, and the right mindset. One thing I would add is a bit of imagination.
Over the time so far, just a concluding remark.
My last sentence.
Many things have been accomplished in the past years. Many things still have to change in the coming years so that Greece can take the position it rightly deserves. Thank you very, very much.
I don't know, Panos, if you can stay around or if you have to leave, because I had a message saying that you need to leave.
I've got an exam board in about 15 minutes, Chair.
In that case, you should leave when you need to leave. I don't want your students to suffer because of us. Thank you very much indeed. I was slightly surprised by the way this has gone so far, because I had always thought that innovation depends upon not just the university sector, R&D, of which, I mean, you've got lots of universities here in Greece. You've got some very smart people. But it also depends on venture capital. And I mean, Panos, you were talking essentially about the state. Now, it seems to be a huge problem for Europe as a whole is the small size of venture capital compared with the US. I mean, I have a connection with a company in the States which invests in med tech and health care. And it's an entirely different ballgame. And you know, you've got some very smart researchers, and they get seed investment quite early. That's not the sort of thing that Big Pharma does. It comes in the second line. But let me turn to the minister now.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank. Given what was said by Mr. Kanavos and Mrs. Torontali, I would like to say that in order to move forward when it comes to R&D, given the international arena where clinical trials are diminishing quite rapidly over the past 10 years, from the 2013 rates to the current ones, we see that clinical trials are moving to China or to the US. We need three things. First one, simply put, we have a country that goes well. Second, the healthcare system has to go well as well. Third, the environment within which research is carried out, the regulatory framework and the things that Professor Kanavos mentioned, the micro, the macro level, have to go well. So, this is an economist conference. Talking about the first one, the first parameter of the country going well, I think there will be other panels discussing how well our country is performing. The second, does the healthcare system go well? There can be no increase of clinical trials and investments unless we have increased funding of the healthcare system. Let me give you some figures. The funding has been increased over the past year significantly, more than 120%. 74% increased funds for hospitals, so we're talking about a completely different landscape, and many corrections, amendments in the microenvironment of hospitals. I have discussed about that in the past. Currently, we have a much more sound management. The budgets are finalized on time, are drafted on time. They are delivered on time and allow patients to have access to the hospitals because we have more surgeries, more operations, DRGs are established. This means a more sustainable and healthy environment. And I'm saying that because there was a big debate also in the previous panel discussion about the pharma policies, the increase of funding. We all have to understand that this increase will have to go hand in hand with other things. We increase the funding for healthcare. At the same time, we have to increase the investments or the wages or the salaries or the investments in other sectors, health-related sectors. These things have to go hand in hand, in parallel. And this increase has already given to all sectors, both to the wages of the workers, the employees, and the overall funding of the national healthcare system. Now, clinical trials. What was the case from 2000? What has happened from 2019 until today? How have we, to what extent have we improved things? To what extent is the environment much better compared to the past? And what are the things to change? So, first, Mr. Kanavos is one of the members of the committee that has been established, and he has been one of the main advisors together with Mrs. Vildiridi. We have to say that Secretary General has played an important role, so we can have a different landscape. We have faster procedures. We have the clinical trial office established in every hospital, as long as they have more than 200 beds and 30 clinical trials in place. This office, by October, will be fully deployed in all hospitals, 26 hospitals in particular. We have a much more favorable environment for doctors, because now even the trainee doctors and the assistant ones, which used to play an important role in clinical trials, may receive money. Also the interns, and of course the NHS doctors will not, their participation in clinical trials and the fee they get from that will not be included in the cap of the money they receive. The ministerial decision to standardize the clinical trials is about to be signed. Maybe it seems a bit, managerial or administrative stuff, but it's very important. Having a standardized contract or agreement for all clinical trials so that the board of the hospital doesn't have to convene in order to approve it, as Mr. Kanavos said, is time saving and it can save you up to 1 month. Mr. Kanavos mentioned that about the coordination of the bodies. As long as you have the standardized agreement. Greece is a bit in lag, is a bit in delay when it comes to clinical trials, but I will give you an example that happened last month. I'm not going to tell you the names. There is a big clinical trial relating to 238 research and examination centers, and we have been able to open the third clinical center to take part in this clinical trial. So, given that we will now establish the register of clinical trials, will allow us to see when the approval was given, if it was given, when it was given, and what is the progress, and of course the fees included. This means we're going to have a transparent landscape, full transparency for the clinical trials. And because I want to be on time, it was mentioned before something about the importance of investing in healthcare. €1 gives you €4 in return. And also what Mr. Kanavos mentioned before, there is a big benefit out of clinical trials, and this is a benefit to the patient. We're talking about our own patients, the patients of the Greek healthcare system. The more we increase clinical trials, the more we give access to Greek patients to novel treatments, to medtech products, pharmaceutical products that are state-of-the-art ones. This represents an amazing benefit to our patients. We have an amazing benefit for the physicians and the doctors, the health professionals, and that's the third pillar. We have to make everything we can to increase clinical trials in our country. Thank you very, very much.
Excellent. One of the criticisms, Big Pharma gets lots of criticism, but frankly, a lot of us would be dead without Big Pharma, so let's give a cheer for the pharmaceutical industry. But one of the criticisms is that actually it goes for the size of the market, and there are so many rare diseases which Big Pharma doesn't really have any R&D for. And I wonder how what the remedy for that is. And surely that would be an opportunity for a country like Greece or for any.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's interesting, actually, if you look at all the clinical trials underway around the world today, increasingly, when you look at the rates of attrition in early research, we're going into more and more niched spaces. Precision medicine, targeted oncology treatments and interventions, genetic therapies. So, you're absolutely right. We want to see that there's system incentives that encourage ongoing R&D into increasingly niched spaces. Antimicrobial resistance is a very good example of this, where there are many important conversations around how we continue to encourage the public-private partnerships and the healthcare system evolution to enable that next significant breakthrough happening in the AMR space. But it's the same, and it's true for other areas too. So what I did want to say also, in addition to what you're asking, is what's critically important is that systems incentivize that investment in the more targeted spaces, and also that there be fully integrated life science strategies. Because what I love about what I'm hearing is we're talking about the clinical space, care delivery, the right drug to the right patient at the right time. But we also need to look at, as Panos was saying too, the industrial policy space, and making sure that everything is fully integrated. So I think what I see as critical success factors for healthcare systems, no matter how small, being able to attract significant investment, is that they have a fully integrated approach at senior levels of government, from finance to economic investments, the health ministry as well. You need to have all the right players at the table to ensure that we're not introducing things in one part of the system that's having a negative impact in another part of the system. Have those integrated strategies.
Panos, can you hear us okay? Yeah, and if you can reply in English, because otherwise it delays things. I mean, do you regard the reaction of the pharmaceutical industry to COVID as a real triumph? I mean, I personally think I do, yes, but I mean, what lesson do we learn from that, from BioNTech, from AstraZeneca, and so on?
Unquestionably, Chair, yes. I'll respond in English.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
In the interest of brevity. Unquestionably, yes. The way that we have come together as industry, society, healthcare systems, it has been unbelievably beneficial obviously for the benefit of humanity, and in such a short space of time, and also leveraging, in some cases, obviously, intellectual property, so that everyone can have access to much needed vaccines in different parts of the world at the same time as others have had in other parts of the world.
But it took a pandemic.
Confluence of interests.
Yeah, but it took a pandemic for this to happen. What's the lesson for medical authorities and pharmaceutical businesses in general?
We probably need a lot more of that. Also at the supranational level, we're talking about Europe. Unfortunately, we are still at the national and perhaps supranational level interest rather than global interest, and I think this is something that we need to be particularly mindful of. Now, if we look at some of our supranational interests, as for example Greece within the European Union, I think both the country, as the minister actually suggested, but also the European competent authorities need to do a lot more to create a much more favorable environment for a lot of the things that we've been talking about. For example, China has overtaken Europe in terms of clinical trials. So Europe is now number 3, below the US and the European Union. more action, better action, and faster action on reforming pharmaceutical policies, creating a sustainable environment for innovation. As we're talking about, for example, the data protection periods, curtailing that, providing a different incentive to improve some of that. So I think all of these things need to be acted upon sooner, faster, and better. Because don't forget, it's a competitive game.
That's a perfect bit to end on, because I know you've got your students waiting as well. Well, thank you. And I promised Nectaria that I would end at 2 o'clock, and it's 30 seconds past 2 o'clock. But, Minister, you have 20 seconds to give a verdict on what you've heard.
What I want to say in healthcare systems and pharmaceutical policy, the cost comes from everywhere. We need nonetheless to make sure that we will have a European production, and we need to protect how companies will continue with research where it should not be that profitable. Microbial treatments, that should be understood by all countries. We had a good example during the pandemic, the vaccines that were produced within the EU. That is how we need to proceed in the rest of the sectors of policy.
And I think it's been an extremely good session, not least with panelists as well. But thank you both here. And let me just wish all of you good health. And let me wish Joan the next session as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you. Careful here. We're going. Don't trip on the steps, and let's have ourselves immortalized on.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please stay in your seats. We've got a really good discussion coming up now. How do trade wars affect global maritime transport? I'd like to introduce my three speakers. Harry Theoharis, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Government of Greece. Here he is. Welcome, have a seat here. George Tsavliris, Principal Tsavliris Salvage Group, welcome. Yeah, have a seat. And Antonio Takis, Chief Executive and Owner, Panama Shipping Agency and Services, former Ambassador of Panama to Greece, Cyprus, and Ukraine.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I should say actually that, Nectaria was making the point to me that at this event we have about 25 countries represented, which is pretty impressive, but we have also somebody from representing Panama as well, so it's great to have you with us. Now, we haven't got much time, and basically what we want to talk about now is the threat to the shipping industry, shipping markets, shipping owners from tariffs, rising protectionism, tariffs, threat of a full-blown tariff war on the one hand, and on the other hand from, I guess you could say, great power, rivalry, conflict, politics, whether it takes the form of President Trump's threats or claims over the Panama Canal, to Iran's threat to close the Strait of Hormuz, or the Houthis' activities in the Red Sea, or this spate of limpet mine attacks on ships that have been taking place this year. There's all sorts of threats. So those are the two issues that we're going to focus on. I'm just going to start by asking you all to give some kind of top-line views for just a few minutes, 3 minutes, and then let's have a conversation. I hope we can open up to the floor as well. So, Harry, thanks so much for being with us, and congratulations. I think swearing in was it on Monday?
Monday, yeah.
Monday, so, you know, that's all very fast for you, so really appreciate you coming today to be with us.
Thank you. Well, I think everybody knows what the shipping industry means to the Greek identity. We are a nation whose economic and cultural identity has been shaped by the sea. From minion ships to the LNG carriers, Greece, the sea has been the gateway of Greece to shared prosperity to the rest of the world. And traditionally, we've always been siding with the great maritime powers as well. So we are being shaped, and we are shaping the global industry. Now, we continue playing a leading role, and this is something that's obviously strategic for us, and the Greek government will continue supporting Greece's position in the shipping industry. 20% of global carrying capacity is owned by Greeks, and in key markets, even more than that, 25% of bulk carriers, 30% of oil tankers, and 25% of LNG carriers. Now, we live in turbulent times, as you mentioned that. The tariffs, the great power rivalry in the economic sector is reshaping the industry. It's, of course, presenting opportunities as well, but mostly for the time being, we're seeing the risks being implemented. And as a result, there's been a lot of turmoil, changing of the sea lanes, changing of the value chains, and the so-called decoupling that's being implemented right before our eyes. As a result, the Greek government is vigilant, is following those trends. It's, of course, part of the greater European family. So in all those issues, from the trade tariffs, our Prime Minister is firmly committed to the European approach, to ensuring that we have a united voice, and as such, we amplify our interests through the European lens. But at the same time, we see that things that we used to take for granted, like the great transatlantic connection in the trade field, is becoming more and more difficult to have a long-term faith in it. But at the same time, and I'll close with that, the trade relationship between North America and Western Europe still is the biggest and the strongest in the world. So the threats are there, but we also have, the counteracting forces still continuing.
Great, thank you very much. So George, you've been in this business all your life, and I want to ask you, have you seen this all before, or is this something, very, very new? And what should the response be, in your opinion, to tariffs on the one hand, dealing with the other sorts of threats that I mentioned at the beginning?
Thank you, Joan. First of all, I'd like to thank the audience for being here listening to us around a very difficult day with sleeping with the heat, so I'm really, really thankful that you're spending your time to listen to what we have to say. As you probably mentioned earlier, I've been in the shipping industry my entire life. I don't think the shipping industry has ever been anything else but controversial in any event. What worries me now, and in fact the only way I can respond right now, is that I'll quote somebody who's a very good friend, a philosopher actually for that matter, who mentioned to me. She said, "George, stay confused." I repeat, stay confused. The issue is that, again, let's say with the issue with the Panama Canal, with Trump's apprehension or difficulties or worry or whatever, we've got one basic problem, which is the fundamental problem, which I think is the basic issue which we have to worry about. When we're in issues where we have problems, the first basic prerequisite, in my view, is not to react, but to respond. I repeat, not to react, but to respond. Now, the tariffs, nothing new. We've had the tariffs hundreds of years ago with the opium trade, with the British Empire and the Chinese. We had the similar scenarios. But the point is here, what we have here is we have a controversial situation with many things happening concurrently. I mean, okay, you have the president coming out saying, I'm worried about the Chinese because they're controlling Cristobal on one side of the canal and Panama and Balboa on the other. And that, of course, has been resolved to a certain extent by having BlackRock, who I understand is taken over the commercial side of that. So, but effectively, even that's not really an argument, because the Chinese, in some respects, they're so powerful, they're so, how can I say, efficient. They're in every single industry. The Panama Canal is no different. The Panama Canal, as you all know, was built between 1904 and 1914. It took 10 years to build. Incidentally, it wasn't built by the Americans. It was started by the French. And they had to walk out because they became financially insolvent. And when the canal was built, it still was an issue which was concerned the Panama Canal, a different nation. Now, the idea, with all due respect, of coming out saying, well, we're taking over Panama. I mean, I can see to a certain extent the concern which we're having, but I don't. What I'm not going to see I'm not going to be critical about what his decision-making process. What I'm critical of is the process of how you decide, and how you decide. You have to address the people concerned, the Panama Canal, the nation, a different country, and we had a similar scenario with his observations about what he's going to do with Canada, what he's going to do with Greenland. I mean, these things can be colourful, but on the other hand, they do worry people, the world at large, simple people like me, because people of that kind of power, that kind of integrity, that kind of situation, when you come out with those kind of statements, it actually causes a disruptive worry, which is no reason, because I think at the end of the day, the tariff scenario will adjust itself. We always started with the fancy figures, and then started reducing the figures to something less, and it's been a bit of a cat and mouse scenario, if one can use that term. It is a cat and mouse scenario, but eventually it will adjust itself. But in the meantime, I think it's totally unfair to have so many people put under stress, undue stress, unnecessary stress. I mean, there've also been talks, from what I gather, of even having some kind of hostility. It could be a war or whatever. Now, why bring into the equation factors or situations which should not occur? What about being a bit more coordinated about it? And as I mentioned earlier, we have to address the issue of tariffs. There are good sides and bad sides to it, but let's look at the good side and give the world at large the opportunity of having that adjustment. It was only in your magazine, The Economist, which you mentioned there, just quote here, Trumponomics will erode the foundations of American prosperity. That's quoted by The Economist. I just saw it in your magazine today. So why have this concern? Why, when we can be more peaceful about it, to actually resolve the issue in the long term? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Antonio, you're bringing your perspective on this issue, Panama, so
okay.
Let's hear it.
Before I start speaking about Panama, I want to mention that 2 times in history before, a President of the United States have imposed tariffs. Both times, the world has, and the United States, ended in recession. Now, of course, the circumstances that we live today, for 40 years, we have had a free commerce world with different rules of the game. And of course, right now, President Trump wants to reshuffle, reshape. Only time will tell if it will be successful. But anyhow, in relation to Panama, the Panama-US relation has been historic since 1903, since Panama got the independence, with its up and downs. But at the end of the day, in 1977, there was a treaty signed between the US and Panama for giving up by US the Panama Canal to the control of Panama. I want to mention, in fairness, that in the last 25 years, since the year 2000, that Panama took over this endeavor of the administration of the canal, Panama has managed the canal in an excellent way. As a matter of fact, the Neo-Panamax ships that pass through the Panama Canal are a result of the new blocks that were finished and started in 2016. These new locks represent 60% of the total revenue of the Panama Canal, and this was something achieved by Panamanians. Again, we have had a very good relation with the United States, as I said again, historically, with its ups and downs. We have had cooperation. Panama has had immensely cooperation in migration issues, in drug trafficking, and our history as Panama is linked to the United States. Now, it is also worth to mention that from the year 2017, 2022, for a certain reason, the United States didn't have a formal ambassador in Panama. So, and now, suddenly, in the past 5 months, you have had Secretary of State Rubio coming to Panama, the Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of Homeland Security. So we know that we are top in the agenda of President Trump, and we are looking to cooperate. Of course, he has a very folkloric way of saying things. We know him already. But at the end of the day, it is important to mention that we want Panama to be prosperous and to have for all our lives, the American relation with Panama, to United States.
So are you relatively sanguine about the outcome of this, I don't even know how to describe it, this incident from earlier in the year? And also, do you share, more generally, George's assumption and that the tariff issue will kind of calm down and sort itself out? Are you so sanguine? Yes, I'm asking.
Sorry, can you repeat again, please?
Yes, I'm saying, so are you relatively sanguine that this incident with the US will kind of settle down?
Well, I think it has settled down a little bit because, first of all, there was an agreement between Panama and China. Panama, by the way, opened diplomatic relations 2017 with China. Like all the countries in the world, we are free to decide, and also China is the second user of the canal, being the United States the #1 user. This is not a trade war that belongs to us. We're in the middle of it, basically. But still, we have to, as a country, Panama has to manage and use the diplomatic and political, manage it in a way that we can play and we can keep both countries on check. Okay? Now, the U.S. had an issue that there were 2 ports located from a company called Hutchinson. One in the entry on one side of the canal, which is in Balboa, which is in the Pacific side, the other one in the Atlantic side. And these were given in an auction, public auction, in 1997. So this was way before China was the China that it is today. And it was part of Hong Kong. It's a Hong Kong-based company. And this Hutchinson is all over the world, including the United States. Still, this was an issue that was given. Also, according to the treaties signed between the U.S. and Panama, warships from the U.S. have first priority of passage through the canal. Of course, they want to not pay, but if we concede this will be violating the neutrality agreement. But there are negotiations that are being done to look for a different way. Of course, now that we have the U.S. sent military personnel in order for training alongside with Panamanian soldiers. I don't see there is a problem with that, really, because at least all my life I have seen U.S. soldiers in Panama, so I think it will be good also for the security. But anyway, that's the way it goes.
Okay. I'm actually going to open up to the floor as well. I like to do this, so if anybody does have a question on this, I mean, I have a few more questions myself, but if there's anybody in the audience who has a question, can you please stand up and stick your hand up. So it's quite hard to see from here because of the bright lights. But does anybody have a question to put to our panelists?
Question, comment.
I don't see.
I can't see. Is that somebody standing up there at the back? No. No. Okay.
John.
All right.
John, sorry. I have, if you have
Sure.
two seconds to add something else.
Yeah, sure.
In terms
Go ahead.
of the Greek presence.
Yes.
It is more important that Greece last year opened a Greek embassy in Panama.
Uh-huh.
This is a very major, important step for the Greek shipping, that 30% of Greek ships go through Panama.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a way for Greece also to enhance their presence, not only in Panama, but in the region. So this is important to say it. And the idea is, in terms of Greek shipping, to protect Greek shipping while their ships are in Panama waters.
Can I mention something?
Yeah, come in. Just to pose another question, just to take advantage of your expertise here, just in terms of the kind of more broader, geopolitical rivalries and tariff wars. What we're already seeing is, a big reorientation of Chinese, exports to Europe. So we've seen a lot of congestion at European ports, and probably we're reaching a point where there's some intolerance of this because the capacity isn't there, the kind of infrastructure, port-side infrastructure isn't there even to handle it, not let alone the worries about the market being flooded with, cheap Chinese goods. So just wanted to ask you about that, how you see, the kind of the changes or the reshaping of trading routes because of this, because of, trade wars, but also because of the geopolitical threats, the threats of war, this 12-day war that we just had in the Middle East obviously poses a big threat for energy routes and routes in general. So yeah, just to get
sure.
Some views on that. Do you want to go ahead?
Well, I mean, we see some trends, and there has been a discussion yesterday with the Prime Minister as well and Professor Acemoglu about the big trends. I think there's a short-term threat to multilateralism. This is something that, from the Greek point of view or the Greek government's point of view, it's worrying. And we try to counteract with our own action plan. For example, we recently, as part of our being part of the Security Council for the current period, we recently convened a high-level meeting on the security of the seas and ensuring that everyone sort of discusses the latest developments in terms of securing the trade routes and furthering the United Nations UNCLOS, the law of the seas that we are part of, and we would like it for most of the other countries to be part of. So that's number one, if you like. Then we see the changes in terms of, for example, the Indian ambitions in creating the IMEC and connecting more to Europe. Greece is a natural entry point for the Middle East, for Asia, to Europe, and would like to continue playing an important role there. Yesterday, India was mentioned by a Prime Minister in terms of being a prime target of furthering our relationship, and we have our ambition of Greece being the entry point of IMEC to Europe. Then of course, we see the economic trends. I mean, the capacity that China, I'll give you just an example. In 2024, the Chinese shipbuilding corporation built more tonnage in terms of new vessels than the US built in the whole of the 5 years of the Second World War. So in total, they built more in 1 year than was built during the time that, due to the war requirements, a lot of shipbuilding was ships were being created. So we see those changes happening, and this is a fact of life. But at the same time, we see the counteract. Trump, the tariffs on Chinese-operated or built ships is already affecting the Greek ship owner community. The US is a huge destination, number 2 destination in terms of Greek-owned ships, ports of call, arriving or leaving from. So those forces will shape the routes in the years to come. And of course, nobody knows exactly how the dust will settle. We are in the process where everything is up in the air. But we hope that, you know, with the looming 9th of July deadline on the EU-US negotiations, we're hoping that we will have a positive outcome because, as President von der Leyen said, this is distracting. Perhaps the flooding of Chinese goods that you mentioned is a bigger threat, but our energy now is being split. We don't only look at the Chinese side. We have to negotiate and look at the US side because, of course, the US is instigating a lot of, you know, the tariffs and the threat of tariffs and all those things. So we have to split our attention on both sides of the globe.
Thanks. You can see this clock ticking down.
Sure.
It's just going below 5 minutes left. I was hoping to finish by past, but George, you want to bring the two of you in.
I want to add something. I want to add something what Sandonia mentioned earlier. That don't forgetting the whole infrastructure of the Americans building the canal. The Panamanians themselves, of course, have created tremendous progress. I mean, right now we've got 15,000 ships transiting, and effectively, I've been to Panama. I've had the good fortune of being to Panama a few times, and in fact, I'm quite very, very impressed by the efficiency. It is actually not worked as what I call third world nation. It's very efficient. I don't believe there's any truth in the idea about seeing the Americans being penalized unduly, not in the least. I think that's a bit of a, you know, hearsay. And also, in all fairness, when we talk about a general issue, I mean, I don't want to keep on going back in history, but history is very relevant. The Panama Canal was not built for commercial purposes. The Panama Canal was built for military purposes to protect the states on the west coast US and US and the east coast. So effectively, you know, we're going haywire about the commercial considerations, but we forget the reason why the Panama Canal was built in the first place. So that's why I think, as I mentioned earlier, I'd like to commend the Panamanian authorities for the spectacular job they've done. In fact, I don't know whether you ever got to meet Philip Embiricos.
Yes.
And his wife, because I mean, he told me about all his wife was from Panama, and we spent a couple of times there. And quite frankly, I'm just disappointed and disheartened by an area or a country which has been doing so efficient, so well, which is providing an impeccable service for the shipping industry, why it has to be disruptive for the wrong reasons.
Okay, thanks, George. Final word from you on how you see future...
The future, the magic ball.
Of the shipping, on this question, trading routes.
In relation to the Panama Canal transits, this has not, the volume of transits through Panama has not been affected. Either the movement on the ports of Panama ports in containers. Of course, you have to see something. As long Panama represents 8% of total commerce, shipping commerce goes through Panama. So as long as you have products from the Far East, China, Vietnam, Indonesia, Singapore, selling to US, the canal is still needed. It's indispensable for all the parties.
Just to close, because we are in Greece and there's been some good news recently about the perhaps revival of the Greek shipbuilding industry, the sector, with the commission of these new tugboats and so on. And I know we've got this now Ministry for New Shipbuilding Projects. So presumably that's all good news for employment, for jobs in Greece.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just to add one word on the Panama side of things, let's not forget The environmental threats, you know, there's been a drought in Panama. That's been perhaps affecting more the cost and the speed of ships moving through the Panama Canal than the fracas between the U.S. and Panama. So let's not forget that parameter. I'm just putting this as a title. Now, of course, the maritime industry is a very important industry for Greece in general. The employment, it provides 6% of GDP, but the employment is 10%, and the salaries, the average salary in the maritime industry is 3 times the average salary of the rest of the economy. So it's a very, very important industry, and as we push in our drive, which is a declared target of this government, to increase the average salary, the maritime industry plays a very important role in that. Now, the shipbuilding industry has been a traditional industry for Greeks, an industry that we have a lot of expertise, and unfortunately, for the past 2-3 decades, has been in decline. And this has been unfortunate because it's an industry that can support the rest of the cluster, the maritime cluster. So I think this has been a success story of the first 4 years, of this government. We managed to reverse a very worrying trend, and both for the military needs of vessels and for the commercial side of things, the shipbuilding industry is going to be a very strong pillar of success. And if I add, in my capacity as a sort of international economic relations, there's a lot of opportunities for the Greek shipbuilding companies to expand as well in the vicinity, be it Ukraine, be it the rest of the Mediterranean, or anywhere else.
Okay, that's great. And
John,
we have to finish.
One last thing. 1 second.
1 second.
Panama has not been so bad. U.S. imposed only 10% tariff, so it's the minimum. We're not that bad, okay?
Okay, I'm afraid that's all we've got time for, gentlemen, but please join me in thanking our 3 speakers for a very interesting panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's have a photo and we'll move on. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, George. Okay, in many ways, we're sticking to some of the same themes that have been raised in this session that's just finished, particularly, you know, the kind of particularly turbulent and uncertain international environment in which we're living. We're now going to turn to look at the prospects for Greece and Europe amidst this rising uncertainty in the global economy. So let me welcome my 3 panelists. Kyriakos Pierakakis, Minister of Economy and Finance, Government of Greece. I think the Minister is here in the room. Here he is. Alfred Kammer, Director, European Department, International Monetary Fund. Hello, Minister. Lovely to see you again. Hello, Alfred. And finally, last but not least, Pavlos Mylonas. Very nice to see you again. Okay, I think this is going to be a very good wrap-up on a lot of the themes that we've been addressing in the course of this event, and particularly today, where the focus has been much more on the economy and finance. So it's great to have all of you with us. And I'm going to ask each of you really to start us off by just giving your view of where Greece stands amidst this international kind of moment of geopolitical and economic turbulence. Minister, I'm going to hand over to you.
Thank you. I mean, to answer your question directly, I would say on many aspects, stronger than ever. And this is fully manifested by the numbers. It's fully manifested by a fiscal success. The primary budget surplus of Greece is 4.8% of GDP. The headline surplus is 1.3%. We're one amongst the 6 countries of the EU that actually have fiscal surpluses. We're growing by 2.3% right now, much higher than the EU average. Our unemployment numbers are shrinking every month, and certainly on a year-to-year basis. So I would say that overall, we have a fiscal stabilization story. We also have a digital success story to match this. And if you see how those two successes manifested themselves simultaneously, tax evasion would be the story there, how we managed to capture most of the VAT gap. And the headline story of the last, of 10 years ago, which was tax evasion and Greece's fiscal failures, are now effectively a fiscal success. And I think it's quite interesting to make this observation. It's quite pertinent to make this observation exactly 10 years to the day that we had capital controls and the failed referendum of 2015. How we managed to have all of those successes within 10 years. And now, with, of course, the negative headwinds of the international economy, which your question implies, Greece has the capacity to create the positive tailwinds to counter them. And I think that's a very symbolic move that happened in the last days, that Euronext made an offer to buy the Greek stock exchange, which is obviously a private transaction, but I think it has a strategic element. It showcases the vibrancy and the strength of the Greek economy, especially in times like this, and this is why we consider it a vote of confidence. We have challenges ahead, but we can meet them.
Okay, thanks for that opening. Well, obviously in your former hats that you were wearing, first of all as Minister of Digital Governance, you were responsible for, that very successful reform that took place. I think was voted second most popular reform ever by the Greek people after the establishment of the National Health Service. Minister of Education, after that, launched this a number of ambitious initiatives in the education sector, including this, which has gone through now, the privatization, the private universities, and we'll see what results that brings very soon, because they're going to be up and running, some of them later this year. So I'm just curious to know, have you got some revolutionary plans for the finance ministry? What's the big next thing?
Well, I would say that there are many things that we should be doing. If I were to codify this, I would say that we need to have a 3+1 strategy, which can have many revolutionary things within it, but the overall strategy has 3+1 elements. The +1 is the European element that we were discussing before. Overall, currently Europe faces an opportunity and a threat, and the policy that we should have is barrier removal. We have been discussing a lot. The IMF has done a series of studies calculating the barriers that exist between member states of the European Union. You calculated this to be equivalent to 110% in services and 45% in manufacturing. So we need to remove those barriers. We need to develop the savings and investment union. When I visited the IMF a couple of months ago, I quoted Faulkner, show, don't tell. Well, Greece is showing, it's not telling. And I think that the move with the potential acquisition of the Greek stock exchange by Euronext has this nature of the deepening of the capital markets of Greece and the vote of confidence in the savings and investment union. So the +1 is Europe. Remove all the barriers, deepen the union. The 3 domestic elements are the following, in my view. The first one is to remove the domestic barriers to entry. So apart from barriers that exist between member states, we have barriers that exist within member states. Government efficiency is something that we should all seek, regardless of how it's viewed state per state or with the idiosyncrasies of every country. I think it's a good thing overall if you do it properly. So in this regard, we have started eliminating red tape. We have started eliminating excess bureaucracy that existed in Greece. So this is one element that we need to fix. The second one is to vertically look at sectors and try to grow those sectors. I think that we should have European champions. And in order to have European champions, you need to have some national champions who, in a European world without the existing borders, need to further grow. So you need to look at specific sectors where you can achieve that. You mentioned education. There was a Deloitte study that calculated the GDP impact of that specific law. from 0.6% to the first year to 1.7% in the 10th year, because you need certain, you need a certain amount of time to see a specific reform materialize. And finally, I would say that my overall third point is to try to seek how we can have more M&As in the Greek economy. And the Hellenic Υπερταμείο, the Hellenic Fund for Assets and Participations, can do a very good job vis-à-vis achieving more privatizations, more M&As, more internationalization of the economy. And in this regard, this is something that we have managed to do vis-à-vis the stabilization of the economy, but now it's the growth area and the growth period. All of those things taken together can achieve a very significant result. I would even take the liberty to call it a revolutionary result, as your question implies.
Okay, well, I think we'll come back to some of those, the barriers to entry in sectors, because it's something that's already come up today, which sectors and anyway, more. We had some controversy in this morning and debate, which was very nice. But let's move on. Let me turn to you, Mr. Kama, and ask you how you see Greece's position in this context, this kind of global context of uncertainty caused by this kind of tariff. I don't want to call it, it's not a tariff war, but the threat of increasing protectionism and tariffs, and hopefully it's not going to end up as a tariff war. But how vulnerable is Europe and Greece, and what's the kind of main let's say, is it the uncertainty that's the problem, or the actual tariffs themselves?
Yeah. Let me first start with saying that Greece did tremendously well over the last few years. And that is shown by the numbers. Since 21, real GDP increased by 20%. It's a huge income boost for the population. At the same time, on the fiscal side, debt to GDP, public debt to GDP, was almost reduced by 60 percentage points. That's huge. And we see actually an increase in public investment and some of the priority spending helped by the RRF of the European Union, and helped increasing potential growth through the transformative reforms that have been taking place. And on the electricity and energy side, Greece last year has produced more than 50% of its electricity from renewables, and it became a net electricity exporters. So huge achievements, and also that helps resilience and robustness when it comes to facing these exogenous shocks. Now, Greece is in the European Union, in the euro area. When we are looking at these headwinds which are coming from the trade side, in the euro area, they shaved off growth this year 0.2%, next year 0.2% as well. The main impact comes from the trade uncertainty, because that impacts investment decisions which are long-lasting, to a lesser extent by the tariffs being opposed. Greece, of course, is affected by that as well. Less from the direct effect from increases in US tariffs, but from the indirect effects of less external demand for Greek products. So Europe is facing headwinds, Greece is facing headwinds. And given where Greece is also located, and Greece exposure on the shipping side, all of the big geopolitical and geoeconomic tension are risk factors for Greece. But what it means is for Greece and for Europe to have an agenda that generates productivity, which generates growth and income, and at the same time undertake transformative policies which are going to provide the resilience, including on the energy side, which Europe actually needs.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on those points. I mean, you emphasize that the main impact is, really coming through because of the uncertainty, really. So in such an environment, is the effect, I mean, I don't know if you can say that we're seeing it already, but do you expect the effect to be mainly in terms of investment, basically a downturn in investment, in consumption, in general, in spending by households and businesses. Is that?
We are seeing that, so there's no question about it. But what we are also seeing is when you look at the bigger picture, the recovery in Europe continues, and GDP growth will actually accelerate from this year to next year. So these are headwinds, but they're not derailing the recovery. And I think what we are pressing for is, in the end, medium-term growth prospects. Irrespective of these headwinds which we are facing right now, medium-term growth prospects for Europe and also for Greece are insufficient to deal with the expectations of the population, to deal with the spending pressures which are coming up in the medium term. And therefore, we need to have a much more forceful implementation of reforms in order to transform the economies and to make them more productive. And there's lots of room left. When you're looking at GDP per capita in purchasing power terms, Europe's GDP is per capita is 30 percentage points lower than the US. When you're looking what is behind this, it's not capital stock mainly, it's not labor contribution, it's mostly productivity developments. And it hasn't been always like that. Europe fell back. And the bottom line is Europe can do better on the productivity front with EU-level reforms, but also with national domestic transformative reforms. And this is money on the table. It means just become more efficient and you're generating more income. And who can say no to that?
Mm-hmm. Okay, as I said, we're going to come back to some of those points. I just wanted to ask you about, do you think that Greece can continue to deliver on its primary surplus commitments? I mean, we've just had this, actually had a fiscal surplus and a 4.8% of GDP primary budget surplus in Greece, which has obviously given the fiscal space to the government to use that money for various things, including investment in key areas. Is this something that, do you think these sorts of recent fiscal outturns are sustainable over the medium term? I mean, I'm going to come back to you and ask this as well, but just to ask.
Oh, absolutely. So we think this is actually possible. We are projecting actually with maintaining a primary surplus of 2% of GDP in the future, and being fiscally prudent. Greece will be able to further reduce the debt to GDP ratio by 25 percentage points. By 2030. Last year, the primary surplus was 4.8%, so way above the 2%. And it came actually from digitalization of the VAT, fantastic reforms which were undertaken, which boosted the revenue and allowed to actually lower some tax rates in order to decrease the labor tax wedge and enforce the power of labor in the economy. So bottom line is, what does Greece need to do in order it needs to stay fiscally prudent, but it also needs to create fiscal space for continued public investment, especially when the RRF ends, and also to look at some areas where better spending efficiency or more spending may be required. I would say education is one of the big ones, because that will be underlying the success of Greece's economy and Europe's economy in the future. And healthcare is another one where some of these issues can be taken care of. But bottom line is, we expect that Greece can continue with being fiscally prudent and implementing growth-enhancing strategies.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Mr. Mylonas, wanted to come to you now and ask about your sector, the banking sector, how the sector finds itself in the midst of this global uncertainty. What is the impact so far, or what do you expect it to be? What's changed? We had you here last year, so it would be good to hear what's happened over the past year, where the improvements have been before we talk about what the plans are and what you expect to happen in future.
The banking sector, first of all, thank you, and congratulations again to the team for putting together a wonderful conference. It's good to be back. Banks do as well as an economy does. So we had problems in the past. It is now several years that those are behind us. The NPE ratio is quite low. All banks, certainly the systemic banks, have excess capital. They have excess liquidity. They're competing with each other quite strongly to finance good investments. The terms are becoming quite competitive, if I can, as an understatement. So we're helping the economy in that sense. But let me also take a step back and a few words on the economy, because, as I said, the banks can do just so much. If the economy isn't there, we won't do well. And I will agree with the previous two speakers on saying that I think the prospects for Greece are very good. And I want to mention a few of the characteristics. I'll try not to repeat the two previous speakers on characteristics which are underappreciated about Greece. Number one, on tariffs. Trade with the US is quite small. It is about 0.5% of GDP. Most of trade is with Europe and with goods which are relatively inelastic in terms of income. So in an environment of higher tariffs from the US and even some sort of slowdown in Europe, that will have less of an impact on Greece than on other countries. One exception on exports is shipping, but the other exports are relatively inelastic. Another factor that's come into play is, and you mentioned about fiscal space, defense spending. Everyone has to make a commitment to reach 3.5% of GDP in the next few years. Greece is already at 3.1. It doesn't require an effort to take away resources from the economy to spend on defense, because it's already doing so. So that's off the table as well. Investment, which is the source of growth and which is what we finance as banks, is doing extremely well. If you look at non-construction investment, it has reached the level of Europe, 10 percentage points of GDP. And this is high quality spending with multiplier effects, in contrast to construction, which has less of a multiplier effect. So this keeps growing. It will continue to grow. Bank lending to the corporate sector is growing at, I think the last figures were 17% of GDP. That's a lot of that's a lot of loans. We have the RRF, which is also leading to supply side impact. I think various consensus estimates are that the potential GDP could grow from 1.3 to almost 2% of GDP if the RRF funds are well utilized, and the banks are certainly making sure that what goes to the banking system is verified as viable as projects. So that's a third point. Fourth point, and this is an important point that the Prime Minister mentioned, we have inclusive growth. This often derails growth in other countries. It's inclusive. Real wages are going up. They're 10% higher than what they were pre-19 inflation boost. Minimum wage is up even higher, 15%. Employment growth is very strong. 1 million up since the peak of the bottom of the crisis. So we're seeing households far more confident. They want to borrow from banks, and banks are also willing to lend to them because they're very viable. So that's a very nice additional point. Fiscal, already mentioned, so I won't go into it. Just one point: the digital aspect of it is key. Digital payments are higher than the average level of Europe. Very few people have realized that the jump we've done in digital. It's 28% of GDP versus 25% of the euro area. And this is helping on many fronts, including the tax revenue. We're also having a budding tech sector. People are coming and investing, all the big names, Pfizer, Google, Meta, they're building data centers, data cables are coming from across the Mediterranean. So there's a bit of a hub being created, which hopefully will lead to innovation as well. So these are just a few characteristics which I think are not well known, and I think are comparative advantages of the Greek economy, which in various aspects of those, the banking sector is supporting, and is no longer in any way a constraint on growth. It is actually quite a multiplier on growth.
Thank you. So I want to kind of home in now on investment, growth, the future, what's coming next. I mean, on the RRF has been great for Greece. And it's been great because the absorption of it has been pretty successful, and Greece has been meeting its targets, and I expect that it will be able to take advantage of the funds available to it, but it ends at the end of 2026. So, there is this question of beyond the RRF, how are we going to sustain investment in Greece? And which I guess this is something that Gikas focused on in an earlier session. And I suppose I'm going to come back then to you, Minister, and ask you to say a bit more about removing domestic barriers to entry and sectors and where you see the sectoral growth. We had a bit of a debate this morning about whether so far whether we're seeing sufficient investment and resources going into higher value added areas to new growth sectors, or whether there's still too much maybe dependency on the kind of bedrock sectors of the Greek economy, so tourism and so on. So, and the suggestion is that there hasn't been enough kind of removing of barriers, enough disruption. Maybe there's still too many vested interests that are standing in the way of change. So maybe to hear a bit more from you about these 3+1.
We mentioned the fiscal story and the digital story and the successes that more or less create the ground upon which one can build a growth story on top. And in this regard, if you looked at Greece, again, having this very, I would say, vividly interesting anniversary of the 10 years, if you look at the Greek model that failed, well, basically it was an insular model focusing on the non-tradable sectors of the economy and very much underlining consumption as a growth engine of the economy. What were the numbers? So exports to GDP, they were 19% in 2009. During the, let's say, the failure and us starting to need an IMF bailout package. Now they're at 42%. What's the EU average? The EU average is 51%. Arguably, a country the size of Greece should be around 60%. So one could say Greece has a fiscal success, Greece has a digital success, and we're halfway vis-a-vis changing our economic model vis-a-vis exports. If you look at investment to GDP, which is your question effectively, what happens post-RRF? In 2019, when we assumed office, it was 11% total, all in. EU average now, 21%. Where are we today? 15.3%. Again, halfway there, in a sense, but continuously moving the needle forward. In this regard, I would also add that the RRF has a different nature compared to the traditional EU structural funds, which I think is quite pertinent to say. Traditionally, those funds were designed more by the domestic side of the member states. The RRF has the following idiosyncrasy. You need to match funding with reforms. Thus, the Commission, when we were making the negotiation and the discussions, had to be convinced vis-a-vis the impact, the spillover effect of each one of the investments that we were making. So let's say in the digital projects, full electronic patient records, the digitization of the cadastral process, which, I mean, everyone in the room knows that the cadastre has been an issue in Greece since the reign of King Otto, and it's this government that's about to complete it. So in this regard, all of those things, when completed, do not have a static one-off effect. The multiplier effect of that whole project is there and will continue to be there for the coming years, plus EU structural funds and other types of funding are going to continue to be there. The question that still remains is how do you further catalyze private investment in Greece? And then we come to this 3+1 strategy. I think we should be blunt with regards to saying what we want. We should be explicit. And while, I guess a younger version of me would say it's not the job of governments to do industrial policy and the market should solve for itself. Now, I think I would bluntly say that we need industrial policy, we need it at the European level, and that we need champions. And the case in point, not at the Greek level, I would use a European example actually here, because I think that Alfred Kammer is absolutely right. We need the positive winds to come from EU integration. We need to remove the barriers at the European level simultaneously with removing the barriers at the national level. 5G, in my view, is the case in point in telecom, where especially when we had the first round of the geopolitical competition, for instance, between the US and China, there were European companies on the ground which could have unleashed significant economic and technological potential. What did we do as Europeans when this discussion was manifesting itself? Well, we decided to do 27 auctions for the spectrum, to have 27 regulators designing this auction, instead of pooling for size and managing to do an industrial policy, both on the infrastructural side and on the telecom side and on the application side, simultaneously. The growth that would have been unleashed, I think that's the natural consequence of thinking in terms of the Letta and the Draghi report. You need to think in terms of economies of scale and scope. Had we done that, every economy would have won, Greece would have won. We did it at the national level. We did a 5G auction where 25% of the auction proceeds went towards the development of a national fund that finances 5G applications, which is great. The European Commission called it the best auction for 5G in Europe. But this was a 100 million euro fund. Deutsche Telekom invested in the fund. Many private players invested in the fund. But imagine for a second if this would have happened at the European level. How big this fund would have been, how significant the impact would have been, what type of industrial policy we would have deployed, while at the same time the United States were doing one auction and China was not doing an auction at all, but they were administering the spectrum to the telecom players. So we need to think big. Having said that, we also need to think domestic. And in this regard, Greece has many capabilities. It has many challenges moving forward. We have a vivid demographic challenge. Climate change is a challenge for us. We see that every summer. We see that every winter as well. And we have a productivity challenge, because if you ask me what are amongst the most critical aspects of the economy that we haven't yet fixed, is that we need to become better and better and better at our productivity numbers. And we haven't yet done that to the extent that this government wants, or to the extent that we can deliver in the coming years. So in this regard, and I close this very long answer to your question, I would say that you need to become eclectic and specific vis-a-vis the barrier removal. We have a very specific strategy on this. We actually have a platform for this called Mythos, which is public, mythos.gov.gr, where we have codified all the external services that the state offers to citizens and corporations, the relevant European laws, the relevant Greek laws, the average time frame, the average cost, and the steps each one of those events, each one of those services entails. This is step number one, vis-a-vis simplifying those services, vis-a-vis simplifying those interactions. Have we simplified some? Yes, we have. 2,000 services are now offered digitally via gov.gr. But still, we haven't simplified enough, because overall, we offer 5,500 services externally to citizens and corporations. So there are certain things which have been made simple, which have been made automatic, which have gone Estonia. But there are certain things which are still quite bureaucratic, which we need to solve and simplify. So that's the strategy for the coming years until our government mandate ends. We will simplify most of the areas, most of the services where there is a significant business interest and where growth can be further catalyzed. And at the same time, we will think sectorally vis-a-vis barrier removal and growing players vis-a-vis catalyzing M&As in the economy.
Thank you very much. Maybe I can be a bit of a devil's advocate on the industrial policy question. Because I acknowledge that different people have different conceptions of what an industrial policy is. But my fear when I look at the direction of policy in Europe is actually that for since the global financial crisis, really, that what we've had is a pattern of increasingly kind of national protectionist policies. We've seen kind of exponential growth of non-tariff barriers, and never mind, trade tariffs now, but non-tariff barriers. Everybody is doing this, and it's not just the Americas. We've seen subsidies, industrial subsidies, propping up of many companies that probably shouldn't exist, first of all, through ultra low or negative interest rates. So we've had a kind of proliferation of zombie companies in UK and elsewhere. And now we're talking about other forms of subsidies, effectively for, through industrial policy and national champions and so on. And we seem to be moving in this increasingly kind of protectionist direction. I'm not saying this is what you're advocating.
It's exactly the opposite.
You're advocating the opposite, which is a much more disruptive approach than I think we're seeing in general in Europe. So, yeah, but you said it's 3+1. And I'm not sure that, Greece can do it on its own. So maybe this is the moment to bring in you, Mr. Kammer, and say whether, to give your views on this.
Yeah, maybe I start with where the minister started off. When you're looking at one of the big growth boosters for European countries, it's going to rely on the single market. And why the single market? Because we in Europe need to have more dynamic businesses which can operate to scale. When you compare Europe to the US, the US companies have, from the beginning of their life to the end of their lives, a large product market and very limited restrictions to manage across borders. They can grow. They also have a very deep capital market, which services the whole of the US, and that provides the capital. Silicon Valley is a result of labor mobility across the 50 states, which doesn't exist in Europe. If you want to attract talents where the productivity is higher, you need to have that. And they have an energy market and an electricity market which produces cheap energy. And all of those things are actually achievable for Europe, and Europe hasn't exploited that with the single market. Just to give you a bit of an understanding of how powerful the single market is, we did a study of the 2004 accession countries. Their GDP these days is 30 percentage points higher than it would be if they had stayed out of the EU. We compared it to peers. But not only that, for old member countries push to GDP is 10 percentage points higher than it wouldn't have been without the new members joining, just because of a larger market. But the bottom line is, in order to get there, in order to get these European champions, in order to get European companies which can produce to scale, we need to eliminate the inter-European barriers. We need to create more labor mobility. We need to get the banking and the capital markets union going in order to bring the capital and risk capital where the investable projects are, and we need to work on an integrated energy market. That's the European agenda. There is also a national agenda coming with that. And when we are looking at national transformative reforms in European countries, what Greece has been doing and what all other countries are doing at a different and slightly less aggressive scale, it boils down to if countries in Europe on the top 5 priority areas for their country close the gap to the best performer in terms of business regulation, in terms of labor market regulation, if they close that gap by 50%, each country, then the European GDP would be enhanced by 5.7%, higher for Greece. And again, that is a large number which you can materialize. And many of these national reforms, you need to combine with the European reforms. When you look at capital market reforms, you need to have a European element and you need to have a domestic element. Just one number which is important. When we are looking at the most effective reform on the national level for Greece and also for European countries more generally, it is actually moving on labor market reforms. And labor market reforms these days is slightly different what we were talking before. We are talking about education, because in order to have productive labor in future, countries need to invest more in education. Countries need to invest more in training, skilling, reskilling, upskilling, lifelong learning. And that will be the biggest contributor in terms of structural reform processes. And I think that's something which sometimes is underestimated. But when you're looking at the technological change which is going to happen, if you look at that economies need to transform, in the end it's the workers who need to produce that productivity, and for that you need skilled and educated workers.
Thank you. Mr. Mylonas, I wanted to ask you now about having listened to the Finance Minister and Mr. Kammer, how do you see the banking sector responding in the context of this kind of vision of reform that's been set out? What are the opportunities there for the sector? What needs to change? What are the next big challenges?
From the aspect of a banker, we have done a lot of hard work, and we're ready to finance viable projects. What is necessary is to find more viable projects, and the banks can only go so far on that. As I said, we're chasing 4 banks, 4.5 banks are chasing a lot of projects, and we still are not finding enough. So, what can be done to create more investment and create more projects to finance? I think in Greece, number one, we need, you talked about the RF ending, it's not going to end as abruptly as you say. Certainly the projects that we're financing will take several years to complete, so we're looking towards not quite 2030, but near there. So there'll be investment from there. Then to replace our RF funds, we need savings. Okay, and here household savings are low in Greece. We need incentives to increase household savings, both on a flow term. There's a stock, it's in the banking sector. It could be used, invested, perhaps even better if some of it went to other sources of financing. Not all projects should be using bank funding. They could go through private equities, venture capital, equity, the other sources. So incentives for the household to put their money in other forms of financial saving. So promoting financial savings, I think, is an important point. Then turning a little bit the channel, the top Greek firms are top of class. Okay? If you look at the top firms in all the sectors, they're top of class. We have, though, many small firms. And in my view, small firms can never compete at the European level. I think I've said this before on this panel in previous years. Incentives to create larger firms, and I'm not saying colossus, I'm talking from a 10-person or 5-person family firm to a 2 or 3 family firm, just that would create a far more competitive economy. So in contrast to what was said at the European level, at the Greek level, we need to get rid of obstacles or the incentives to remain small. And I think that is, tax evasion is part of that equation, but that would make the economy far more efficient, competitive, and bankable. So we can't make a firm bankable. Once it's bankable, though, we can finance it and make it grow.
Thanks. We're coming towards the end of the session. I wanted to come back and ask you about the human capital labour market reforms, but before I do, I just wanted to give the opportunity. I know we're close to the end of the day, but we do have some eminent economists in our audience, and we have some very attentive conference attenders who may have a question to put to the panel. I always like to bring in the audience. So, is there anybody who has a question? on any of the topics that we've covered so far? No. I think we've, all is clear then. Aha. Can we have a microphone, please, here at the front? Here we go. Thank you.
I'm asking the question because you insisted. I guess population growth, do we have any ideas what we're going to do about it in Greece? It affects everything in the economy.
Okay, yeah, the demographic challenge, which we did talk about this morning, and I was making the point, I really don't think we should be fatalistic about this at all, about the, that aspect of it, because there are things that can be done, but that relates to the labour market question and human capital question, so I'm putting you in the hot seat to answer that.
I mean, generally speaking, I don't think we should be fatalistic about anything, including death. But having said that, we should be cognizant and fully aware of the fact that certain challenges are existential, and you need to treat them as existential in order to manage them. I vividly remember from a book from my university days that one should categorize problems in two ways. There are problems that you solve and problems that you manage. So the existential problems typically are problems that you need to manage. You need to smoothen out the negative consequences. And in this regard, yes, there are things, first to answer Gikas Hardouvelis' question. There are specific things that we can do, and since they are specific, I cannot yet tell them. I'm not at liberty to tell them. But I think that we should be doing specific policies on many fronts on the demographic issue. I would prioritize this as issue number one. And I know that so does the Prime Minister, and this is the direction that he has given me. But having said this, we should also think creatively and strategically, and the silver economy is an area of interest where you can have lots of potential, especially in Greece, vis-a-vis doing what Portugal did, vis-a-vis doing what places in Spain like Mallorca did, or to the maximalist extent what Florida did. We should try to think more strategically about this. We have been debating, discussing this for years. This government has done material many of the reforms that were debated since the 80s and the 70s, be they the capability to have universities that don't belong to the public sector or capturing tax evasion. So we can certainly deliver that. But we need a very pragmatic project management strategy on the ground in order to do this, and we have started. Now, with regard to labor reforms, I would say that many amongst the most difficult reforms, let's say the strongest elements of outstanding things that needed to happen, have already happened in the difficult years during the context of the programs that were implemented in Greece within IMF conditionality. But to touch upon Mr. Kammer's point, overall, I would say that the education is changing. Education is shifting from the traditional, three-part life, education, work, pension, towards reskilling. You will have many careers in your life, and you will need to continuously do skills enrichment. And in this regard, I have a feeling that this is what's going to drive productivity even further in the coming years. It's one of the areas where we haven't yet succeeded as Europeans, I would say, targeting the proper reskilling and skills enrichment programs. Companies are much better in terms of doing that than countries so far. So we need to learn more about doing that in a very targeted and productive manner. And I think that's the greatest of all the potential moves that we can do on the labor side.
Mm-hmm. IMF published a report on the silver economy in April that had some very interesting proposals and many things in there that Greece and other countries can do to address this problem. Aging population doesn't necessarily mean an unproductive population, older population. Did you want to comment on, come back on?
Maybe one thing which many countries will be struggling as part of the aging is maintaining the pension systems. And here Greece, again, has done reforms in order to make sure that it's sustainable and that needs to be clearly maintained. That the fiscal part is an important part. But it needs to go beyond that. And we also need to think about longer lifetime employment. That shouldn't surprise us with longer life expectancy. For some countries, immigration is an option as well. So that needs to be taken into account. So there are a number of solutions of dealing with the silver economy. I think for many countries what is going to hit and is going to be a bit of a surprise is spending pressure coming from healthcare. It shouldn't. And again, that goes to the fiscal sustainability scenario. There is, in many countries, still time to prepare. But in the end, when it comes to many spending pressures hitting the budget, that needs to trigger a dialogue on the priorities and on the social contracts. And in order to maintain the European welfare states and that social contract, what is immensely important is growth. And for that, we need to work on this European level reform and the country level reform, because growth makes all the difference.
Thank you. We've come to the end, and we have to stop because we've got a final session, but I'm going to give you your 20 seconds.
Well, that's all I need. Greece, again, has a comparative advantage. We have the Greek diaspora, and the Greek diaspora is looking at Greece, seeing how attractive it is becoming, and certainly at the bank, but I hear at other companies, people are coming back. So there's a different angle as well to our aging population than other countries have.
They are coming back, and obviously the government has a program that and has been working quite hard to attract talent back to Greece, which seems to be having some success. But I'm afraid we've got to end it now because we've come to our final session of the conference. So please join me in thanking the Minister and our two other speakers for a very interesting discussion. We have a photograph, I think. Thanks so much. Daniel, oh, you're here.
Thank you very much, Joan. Thank you. And we're going to move straight on to our last session because the Minister, I think, has some time constraints. So, Kostis, please come up. Kostis Hatzidakis, Deputy Prime Minister of Greece. A fine way to end our conference. And you're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
So do you want to...
Here?
If you come here.
Yeah.
So I think you want to make some, if I understand rightly, you would like to make some opening remarks in Greek, and then we switch into English, if that's fine.
Exactly.
So please do go ahead, and anybody who needs these, please put them on.
Thank you for inviting me. And before continuing in English, some introductory remarks in Greek, just for the Greek media. Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen, I understand this is the last part of this conference. Everything has been said already, but I would like to comment on specific key takeout messages and some specific initiatives that will be taken by the government in the period to follow. Firstly, we had a surplus, a fiscal surplus of 1.3% in 2024, a surplus that went well beyond the most positive forecast and strengthens Greece and its economy in times of turbulence. Let us not forget that. Second, it hasn't been highlighted as much as it should be. In 24, we had the second best performance of the past decades with respect to FDIs. Third, all investment houses, all rating houses have given the investment grade to Greece, and some of them have upgraded this grade within the same scheme of grading. Fourth point, for the very first time after 2008, unemployment rates went below 8%. In a country of 10.5 million people, more than more than 500,000 people have found a job within 6 years. Last bit. The Greek stock exchange has taken a big step forward in the past days. Euronext, the biggest exchange group in Europe, came to Greece and made an offer, made a bid to the Athens Stock Exchange. Now it's up to the Athens Stock Exchange to decide whether to agree or not, but this is a proposal that raises the Greek capital market to the first tier of Europe. Let's keep these things in mind. Is the government complacent with all that? Have we solved everything? No, we haven't. But we will try to... There is no... we will try to strengthen even more growth and double down on our convergence to the EU average. What are the moves, the initiatives to be taken that will characterize trajectory in the months to come? I will close with these 4 initiatives, 4 things that we will do in the period to come. First one. The Prime Minister will make specific announcements during the Thessaloniki International Fair in September, which will be characterized by further drop of tax coefficients for the middle class. This drop, this reduction, is feasible mainly thanks to our fight against tax evasion and the additional revenues collected, thanks to the introduction of the digital labor card and the high growth rates of our economy compared to the EU average. Second thing to do is the following. Our fight against the so-called deep state. After our successes in digitally transforming our administration, or fighting tax evasion, or the PPC, or the Free Traders Social Security Fund, and the initiatives taken in the healthcare system, we will fight. We will have a fight in two fields. The first one will be the railway system and the OPEKEPE organization, and we will be successful in both our efforts, in both our ventures. Before the elections, we will have tangible results of our success, both in the railway transformation and the issue of the OPEKEPE, the Greek Payment Authority of Common Agricultural Policy, aid schemes. Another point, our fight that has to do with how the public state, the public administration functions. Despite the progress registered, we have some stories of daily madness, as the minister said. We will have new plans in order to make the public administration both more digital and more friendly to the citizens. So the citizens' interactions with the public administration is much easier. And of course, we will double down our efforts to proceed with the evaluation or the assessment of public servants. Mainly in the healthcare system in order to protect our patients, and then by introducing the digital labor card in the public sector. Last but not least, the national strategy on waters. The Mediterranean lies at the epicenter of climate change. Greece ranks 19th in the list of the countries more risky to face droughts. There has been a set of initiatives taken over the past years in terms of dams, infrastructure projects. However, we need to have a consistent, comprehensive national strategy that will tackle the fragmentation of the plans in place and the management plans of our water resources, and this will be one of the main governmental priorities. Allow me just a PS, a fifth point, if you like. We will take action at the social, in the social level. We have new weapons in our struggle, in our fight to improve the quality of lives on a daily basis for our citizens. I'm talking about 3 new European funds: the Decarbonization Fund, the Modernization Fund, and the Social Climate Fund. These 3 funds have a budget of half the RRF by 2032. There will be interventions that we will implement immediately. The upgrade of the Athens metro system, the railway system, the purchase of new buses, a new scheme for saving, for energy efficiencies, the so-called execonomo, and a new plan for people with disabilities. So we have a comprehensive strategy. We will move forward knowing that our citizens do not just pay attention to what we have done in the years that have passed, but they rightly claim more interventions that will bring about better days, better quality of life, higher income, and a stronger Greece. This is our direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we've had 3 days, and you said that everything had been said, but I think you then went on to
not by everyone.
Disprove yourself by saying some new things. So thank you. And in particular, thank you for looking ahead, which I think is a good, appropriate place to finish our conference. I suppose there's a broader question about these reforms that you say, that a government that has been in power already for 1 term, 1 full term, and now is in the middle of a 2nd term. What makes you, how can you reassure us that the energy, the zeal for reform and for still being as active as in the transformation of Greece, because I think everybody agrees there's still a lot to be done, that is still there? You've just outlined a few reforms that are to come, but the general impulse, the goal to drive Greece forward, is the energy still there?
Certainly, yes. First of all, during the first term of the Mitsotakis government, many reforms have been adopted, not only as regards the economy, but as regards other fields of our action. And that's why we had the results everybody admits regarding the economy and the public administration, and that's why we won the elections in 2023. I'm aware of this theory. Do you continue with reforms in the 2nd term of this government? The answer is yes, without any hesitation. I will refer to 3 different emblematic, I would say, reforms, just to underline that the political will is still there. Private universities, something which has been discussed for many decades in Greece. We adopted a law and we are ready now to proceed with the further steps. Universities which are not state-owned, to be more precise. Second, the fight against tax evasion, with 11 different initiatives adopted by the Ministry of Finance. I'm aware of these initiatives because I was the minister adopting all these initiatives, having tangible results. And of course, all the decisions and the laws adopted aiming at accelerating the judicial process. Of course, the effort must go on. and will go on. Let me give you some examples. The urban and local planning in conjunction with land uses, a significant reform of the Ministry of Environment, the completion of cadastre after many years in Greece, but at the end of this year we'll have in practice the completion of cadastre. 25% further reduction of bureaucracy as regards the relations between businesses and the state. Basic objective of the Ministry of Development. And of course, the strategy of extroversion and promotion of exports, which will be presented very soon, aiming, of course, at increasing the Greek exports. So I think I have many examples underlining the political will of the Prime Minister and the government to press ahead with all the necessary reforms which will allow Greece to converge to the most advanced European
economies. And then on top of all that comes something that was talked about last night by the Prime Minister, the challenge of AI, the prospect that this really produces an upheaval in so many domains, both of public and private life. All governments have to face this challenge, but how is Greece, and how do you expect to position yourselves with respect to
AI is an opportunity for us, which we'll have to take advantage of, just to narrow the gap between Greece and the most advanced economies. One of the reasons why AI is an advantage for Greece is that we have many scientists, disproportionate many scientists dealing with AI at European level. That's why the issue of AI was one of the basic issues in the last meeting of the Council of Ministers. And we decided in practice to focus on four different domains. First of all, to deploy AI technologies in order to boost innovation and productivity, which is, of course, extremely positive for the economy, to ensure that people have the necessary skills. So part of our effort has to do with reskilling and upskilling of employees to take advantage of AI. The third pillar has to do with setting up the right regulatory framework, one that fosters innovation while protecting individual rights and freedoms, because every human activity, exactly, yes. There are positive and negative aspects. And the fourth pillar is how to use AI in order to make the state more effective. I understand that you had an extensive discussion previously concerning the digitalization, the digital revolution of the Greek state. The next step has to do with AI. You know, as I said at the beginning of my answer, Greece has many reasons and some advantages to proceed as quickly as possible with AI.
So bring it on.
Yeah.
Okay. I think this has to be our final question because we're running out of time, but perhaps I could turn to the sort of vision of the future of Greece. We're in a nice situation now where the story is, as we've been hearing over the past 3 days, of Greece's recovery, very positive. Greece is a fine example of what can be achieved. But looking ahead, Greece remains, of course, a relatively small country even in Europe, but certainly in the world. So how do you see, small countries can, of course, do great things, but how do you see Greece's position in the future in an increasingly complicated Europe and a complicated world?
First of all, I would say that Greece has two different advantages. The first has to do with its membership to NATO and the European Union. There are many other countries in the broader region here, Southeast Europe, let's say, which do not have this advantage. Secondly, Greece is at the crossroads between Southeast Europe, Asia or Middle East, if you prefer, and Africa. This is something which must not be neglected, but we don't have illusions. We know very well that in order for us to have a positive, let's say, future, we have to combine at least two different parameters. First of all, a strong economy, and secondly, a strong defense. And these two sectors are sectors where the government invests heavily. We, of course, do not neglect, on the contrary, our armed forces and the necessity to strengthen their capabilities, take into account the international turbulence and the landscape surrounding Greece, and this effort will continue, of course. But on the other hand, we know that in order even for this effort to be successful, we have to have a competitive economy. So for us, the most important thing is to incentivize growth in this country. And now, after having the dramatic experience of the previous decade, we know very well that the secret is private sector. How you can give all the necessary opportunities to the private sector to thrive. If you have
release the animal spirits,
a strong private sector, you will have a strong economy and a strong and prosperous country. This is our vision.
Very good. Well, I think that's a really appropriate place to end. Looking forward, and with some degree of optimism, I think our tightrope walker is still standing on his tightrope. He hasn't fallen off. Hopefully he will remain on board. I would just like to thank, before thanking the Deputy Prime Minister, I would like to thank everyone who has stayed until the end here. It's so good to see a full room right at the end. Thank you. And throughout this event, you have been brilliant in attending. I'd also like to thank once again all our sponsors and Nectaria and her team for the tremendous job they do, and to my fellow moderators as well, Joan and John. I don't know if they're here now, but thanks very much. They've done a terrific job. So it just remains for me to say that we will look forward to coming back next year for our 30th annual conference. That will be a landmark one. So the challenge is to do for us is to do something special for the 30th iteration of this conference, and we very much look forward to that, and we look forward to seeing you there again. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you. Can never escape without a photo. Thank you. That was a great way of finishing. Great.